それが夜明け前のものであるなら少しだけ微笑ましい。何一つ形のない人のいない海だとしても。
それが君の心のあり方なんだね。何もないことが君の形だった。
I'm gonna pick Gypsy.
If I play like this, then I will lose in round 4, but I don't want to lose, so I'll try to play more and prepare more against them. I'm excited, I guess. Kind of nervous, confident as well, all three. Because like I haven't faced them in a tournament since the North American Star League 3 when we played in the finals, and I lost by 1 game. So I think I can take him, but again, he's a really strong player. He's one of the best players in North America. So I'm gonna have to be prepared, I guess.
You have to play the strongest players at some point if you want to win. And this tournament is mostly about pride. And there's no pride in getting second. It's only first. I'm okay with BoA because I want to play him again since our show match, which he won. No amount of micro will just save you.
To be honest, it doesn't matter who I play against because I'm here to win the tournament. So even playing against Zerg, I know I was very disappointed in my game today, so I just have to practice a lot more and then just increase my chance of winning. So.
Welcome everyone to this very special occasion. Tonight we have 2 incredibly hyped matchups between 4 of the fiercest competitors in the NA scene. First, we're going to have 2 Titans from Canada battle it out in cRoSs versus DragOn, which is going to be just insane. Then we're going to have the US strike back with 2 more legends in BoA versus Hawk. So yeah, man, this is going to be a very special night. I'm so happy that you guys are all here and able to join us for it. I'm just too juicy, and with me, of course, is my trusted co-caster Keen, and back this week we have observing Tim. This is Rogue's Gallery, and welcome everyone to the Rogue City Rumble semifinals. Keen, how are you feeling, man?
Dude, I'm feeling great. I'm so excited. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah, man, I'm pretty excited. This is like, I don't know. I don't think you could ask for better matchups than this. Maybe if we had a Terran here, some people would be a little bit more excited, but this is still pretty insane. Just the quality of the matchups we're getting tonight between these 2 players is out of this world crazy.
Yeah, we really couldn't have asked for a better set of semifinalists. I mean, it would have been great to have like Gypsy or something in there, but like, yeah, I mean, these are personally ZVP is my favorite matchup. And these are two of the most entertaining ZVP series I could ask for in the foreign scene. I'm really, really excited to see both of these, but I'm especially excited, honestly, to see Hawk versus BoA. I feel like BoA hasn't actually dropped a series to any North American Zerg for like the last year, so I would really like to see Hawk kind of like take down Goliath here.
Yeah, I think the last time we saw Hawk play BoA was pretty one-sided in BoA's favor. Was it the show match that we hosted, if I'm not mistaken? Was that the last time they came up against each other, or has there been another time since then?
I believe that was the last time that we saw those 2 in particular play in a series, but
at least in tournament play, as far as I can remember. And that time it was pretty ugly for Hawk. So I'm really curious to see. Hawk's been playing a ton, I know. So I think he's made a lot of improvements in his play, but I'm still I'm curious to see if he's overcome, some of the problems that he faced last time against BoA.
Yeah, absolutely. Back then it was still like 4-2 in BoA's favor, I believe. So Hawk, definitely he took a couple games more than any other Zerg that BoA played in the Foul Play at A show matches. And I know he's been playing a ton. I think he's in way better shape now than he was then. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens. But one point to note though is that because of scheduling reasons, all these matches are played live. But cRoSs and DragOn actually had to play first, so we'll be seeing those two face off first tonight.
Yeah, and that is another hype matchup. It's kind of crazy that our two matchups are between players of the same nationality. It's actually pretty interesting. So that means our finals will be in an American versus a Canadian at the end here. So curious to have a little bit of country rivalry there at the end. But right now it's the two Canadians facing up. Who do you favor in this matchup, Keen?
Normally I would say cRoSs because cRoSs's ZVP is just absolutely insane. But like last week, I don't know. I was kind of disappointed, even though I had heard like rumblings behind the scenes that cRoSs was playing a lot of PUBG and not playing as much Brood War. He came right on to our interview after he won against Models and straight up said the same thing. He corroborated our story. So like, man, I hope he's actually been practicing because, if he isn't up to par against DragOn, DragOn is an extremely strong player. So he could end up having a really tough match there.
And DragOn is not the type of player that is going to allow you to get away with dumb mistakes. He is going to punish you every step of the way, every chance he gets. So you need to be clean when you're playing against him. You can't afford sloppy mistakes. But with that said, cRoSs did say in that same interview that he was going to practice and try to put on much better games this week. So
yeah, so I hope he actually followed through with that for sure. And he said something along the lines of like, I noticed that I have some like weaknesses in my play, and I'm working on practicing to solve those weaknesses in particular. So I would really love to see him kind of shore up his gameplay a little bit and show us an even different level than we've seen previously.
100%. Our maps tonight are going to be, and this is for both series here, we're going to have basically random first map. Both players get one veto, so they get to veto one map before the first map is picked. Then the first map is random for each series, and then the loser gets to pick there. And I think in a second here, we're also going to be having a interview before the games start, right, Keen?
Yeah, we're actually doing short pre-interviews. We're doing short pre-interviews, but yeah. We're still waiting for all the players to, sort of get on board, get into the call and everything. But yeah, these maps, we've seen a lot of ZVPs on them so far, varying degrees of success for each race, of course. I mean, obviously we have a pretty even spread of both Protoss and Zergs getting into the semifinals. So, despite the, statistical imbalances that I've pointed out in the past, our foreign players have made it clear that that they can still put up a fight regardless of their race. I feel like we haven't seen very much Optimizer though, and very much Ringing Bloom in particular. I feel like those are the two that have been kind of targeted for bans. So I'll be curious to see if that trend continues or if we'll actually see games on those tonight.
Didn't we see both last week? I know for a fact we saw Optimizer tied to losing on that map. I thought we saw Ringing Bloom as well, but I might be mistaken on that.
We did see Ringing Bloom once with Striker versus DragOn.
Yes, which was an insane match. If you guys haven't seen that, you can always check out our VODs on our YouTube channel. That series was absolutely crazy, so definitely recommend it.
Right, yeah, and Striker actually followed through with the kind of classic. I mean, I guess I'll just go ahead and spoil the series, despite what just said. He actually went for the classic, like 7-pool double sunken rush on Ringing Bloom, which is a really dirty cheese. It was actually a kind of mind game that I was hoping to pull on DragOn in our group stage series, but I figured he would have called it, and I ended up trying to do a really greedy, like 12 hatch build, and I got punished for it. But yeah, BoA didn't have that in mind, and he got punished himself against Striker's insane cheese. That's actually the only reason I like that map. It's kind of a clown map, in my opinion, especially since they added that extra gas. But yeah, it looks like we have cRoSs in here for the first pre-interview. And we first of all, how's it going tonight, Crossy?
I'm doing good. Hi guys.
Are you feeling the magic tonight, cRoSs?
Not really.
No.
DragOn is a very strong player, so it will be a hard series for me. So I'll try my best today.
So you're feeling a little nervous then?
Yeah, I've been playing PUBG last 2 hours and I didn't play well, so I'm expecting myself playing well in StarCraft.
Oh, no.
So
Okay. We're trying to keep this interview short, but we did have some viewer submitted questions. So I just wanted to ask, what are you least worried about your opponent doing tonight? Like, what would DragOn's ideal strategy be for you?
Personally, what I can tell for sure I'm better than DragOn is his APM. So I'll if I try to be more aggressive with my Lings or Hydras, then I'm sure I can do well against him.
So just push him to, like, tax his multitasking and his APM, and just try to punish him that way. Okay,
yeah,
makes sense. Okay, well, I think that should be it for our pre-interview then.
I have one question for you, cRoSs,
okay.
too, as well. And my only question is, at the end of last week's interview, you did say you were going to practice more for this week. Did you actually practice more, or did you just play PUBG all week long?
I play PUBG all day.
Okay. Well, good luck, man. We're all rooting for you, hoping for good games, man.
Yeah, thank you. So is it done?
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, so we're gonna be waiting on DragOn for a couple more minutes here. Anyway, yeah, damn, Dress. That's not what I wanted to hear. God, I hope cRoSs can do well after that. At least he's candid with us, though. I gotta give him credit for that.
cRoSs, I think we talked about this last week, but cRoSs not playing StarCraft is like still playing like 10 games a day minimum.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So it's not like cRoSs is out of practice all of a sudden. He's just not actively trying to improve, I would say. If he's
yeah, for sure. cRoSs is one of those players who considers being active like playing 30 plus games a day. Like, I've literally talked to him about that before, and I asked him, like, how do you deal with like rust and stuff? And he's just like, his literal answer was like, oh, just play 2 days in a row, play like 30 games 2 days in a row, like 30 games a day. And I'm like, oh, that's all you have to do, huh? Like, awesome, dude. I don't think I've ever played 30 games in one day of StarCraft in my entire life. So
that's like 2 months for me at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree. He probably has been actually playing a ton, but it's just slightly less. He takes like 1 more hour in the evening to play some PUBG before going. Yeah, I'm sure it'll turn out well.
So I'm sure cRoSs's play has not deteriorated that much in his PUBG addiction. But I am excited, man, because I don't know. I think I underestimate DragOn a lot of the time, but I'm a believer now, and I think he might go all the way to the finals, dude. And yeah, that would be pretty hype because, I think DragOn's earned this chance again. He's always done well in NA tournaments, and I think once again he might be able to prove that he is one of the best players that NA has to offer.
I actually totally agree with you on that, and it's kind of crazy because DragOn has probably like had the most consistent like tournament results of any North American player that I've known since starting StarCraft Remastered. Like he's just places in like every tournament he plays in. He places well in BSL. Unfortunately, he recently got knocked out of a round of 16 there, but he was in basically the group of death there with like 3 of the absolute best non-Korean Terrans, and Koget, Terror, and Dandy, and he ended up knocking out Dandy, who's been an absolute beast lately. He took a game from Koget in the finals, but ended up falling 1-2. I mean, the guy just places in everything, and he's consistently successful. But he's such kind of like a calm calculating personality. He's not one of those like guys who's just like in your face, like talking shit or anything. He doesn't stream very often, so he's just kind of like low key. And because of that, I always kind of just like discount him a little bit. And he's just like not someone that I should be considering as much. Or yeah, like I don't know, man. He's an absolute beast, but I feel like I don't give him the credit that he deserves.
Yeah, I agree, man. But I think he's gonna prove us wrong again here tonight. Potentially, cRoSs maybe not in the best form.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be realistic here. How much APM do you really need with Protoss anyway? I mean, do you think his lesser APM is going to be an issue against cRoSs?
So first, you got to show off that you made it into the tournament. Obviously rubbing it into the fact that I didn't, and now you're gonna shit on Protoss, dude.
Hey, all right. I'm sorry.
I see these subtle jabs at me, dude.
For any viewers who are curious, I'm just joking. All races in StarCraft are equally difficult. Please don't take any umbrage by my comments.
It's not even true. Protoss players, it's the hardest race.
Protoss players are just as good as everyone else.
When you play the noble Protoss race like I do, then it becomes the hardest race, and you have to play, intelligently. When you play dragon style,
it becomes the hardest race, huh? That's why when you look at like stats at the ladder spread, it's like 45% Protoss. Just because it's so hard, everyone picks it because they want to play the hardest race, or
yes, because most of us, like to be challenged by the game we play, by the activities we do. Some of us like to play other races, and there's nothing wrong with that if you want an easier go at things. But
okay, I see. So that also explains why my Protoss is like 100 MR lower than my Zerg, which I've played like 10 times more of then, right?
Exactly, because it's hard.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what you're not getting about this, Keen. You're sounding really dumb, and there's a lot of people watching the stream.
Well, fine. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
That's fine, dude. No big deal.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, while we're waiting still, I do want to point out, our Matcherino, I think, I haven't checked it recently, but it was at like $900 for this tournament. So if you are interested in supporting these 4 players, consider donating. If you like supporting North American Brood War in general, we have a Patreon. We have donations on our Twitch. Yeah, like this is the first like North American Star League sort of event that we've ran, but we are working on more events in the future. We'll probably end up running another North American Team League again in the future. But yeah, so please consider donating if you want to support Rogues Gallery and the North American scene.
Yeah, definitely. And if you guys like the content, please definitely post in like the Team Liquid thread or join the Discord and let us know if you have feedback. We'd love to hear from you guys and just know what we can improve on and stuff like that. But it looks like we do have DragOn here. DragOn, welcome, man. How you feeling?
Hey, feeling pretty good.
Nice. Are you nervous at all for tonight's match?
Yeah, a little bit. I kind of stressed because I was in a big hurry to get home on time. But yeah, I'm good now.
Yeah, you made it home just in time. We were actually not stalling at all for you, so don't worry about it, man. Just focus on the game.
All right.
Yeah, dude. Do you have anything? Have you been planning anything for cRoSs specifically?
Probably. I guess you'll find out.
Awesome.
We had a couple of viewer submitted questions, and the one that I asked cRoSs, I'll ask you as well. What do you think what are you least afraid of cRoSs doing? Like, what is the ideal build that he can do or playstyle that he can do for you tonight?
I'm not going to answer that until after.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, my final question for you, Drag, is what does it feel like to have all the Canadian Protoss's hopes on your shoulder?
Why? Apparently TT1 died, so I guess it's just me. I guess it's a big responsibility, man. What can I say? Maybe the 5 other Canadian Protosses look up to me.
Damn, you're really throwing Miles under the bus there, dude. I like it. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Well, sorry, Miles. I honestly forgot that he was Canadian for a sec.
Didn't we all?
I mean, because he went to those American lands, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
both of them.
his general demeanor does seem like that of an American. I gotta admit, but yeah.
We can talk freely here because we know models doesn't work.
Anyway, I wish you the best of luck tonight, Dragon, and yeah, good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so after the interviews, Keen, who you taking? Who's your horse?
I mean, you gotta respect the confidence, dude, right? I feel like Dragon, this is his series to lose now. cRoSs didn't sound super confident. Dragon doesn't even want to like reveal his secrets because he's been practicing so much. He's like all business and stuff.
To be fair, that would be, I think, going into this, we have to assume that's Dragon's normal personality. I don't think he would ever reveal his fucking secrets before a match in any timeline.
Yeah, probably not. Anyway,
Even if this was like a 1200, MMR show match, somehow in a different timeline, Dragon would still keep his secrets to his heart.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, who are you thinking? We'll take it after those 2 interviews.
Oh, definitely Dragon. I'm with you.
Oh, okay.
I think he sounded more confident. He sounded more loose. He sounded, ready to play.
Yeah. I mean, and as we see here, he actually lost to cRoSs in the TDR North American Star League 3, 4-3. So like, obviously, an insanely close series back then, when presumably they were both at their peak form. And he has a chip on his shoulder because he doesn't want to get second place to cRoSs again. So, yeah, man, I think he's definitely well prepared for this.
Yeah. So I think we should be getting into the game pretty soon here. So yeah, gonna be super exciting here. Keen, I just bought a new bike. That's pretty exciting.
Oh, dope, dude! What kind of bike?
It's a Commuter S2 by Jameis.
Oh, is that a good company? I don't know shit about bikes.
It was like I don't know shit about bikes except for the one bike that I just bought. It was like $679, so it's pretty decent. But I just got that stimmy check, so
Oh wow, okay. Big spender. Immediately going out and stimulating the economy. I see.
Yes, I'm helping out small business. I'll give them a little shout out. Roscoe Village Bikes in Chicago. Very good bike shop. If anyone
I'll keep that in mind. I mean,
any Chicago viewers?
I feel like everyone's from Chicago, and if they aren't from Chicago, then they're moving to Chicago. Like, dude,
yeah,
I keep hearing like you, Scuzzy, and Baker. Like, all my friends are like moving to Chicago or living in Chicago.
Other people like Father SC and maybe Gypsy and.
I mean. It's
you move out to Chicago and we'll have a little just a parade down, fucking or something.
It just I don't know. Every time people talk about this, like Chicago land, New York land, LA land, wherever, like I'm just fucking itching for lands, dude. Like I can't wait until all this COVID stuff dies down a little bit and we can kind of get back to normal a little bit and actually have like a live event that would be completely awesome to be able to go there.
Any day, man. Any day. I mean, COVID vaccinations are actually rolling out pretty well, I think so.
Have you gotten vaccinated yet?
I can't get vaccinated because I can't I just haven't been able to find an appointment, so not quite, but
Oh,
I am
okay.
eligible to get the vaccination.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say you can't because you don't want to get the microchip, from Bill Gates or whatever.
Yeah, I can't get it because that's a pseudoscience. And
Yeah, it's actually you don't want the globalists to control you, right?
yeah, so I don't know.
That's a totally valid reason, honestly. I mean, I can respect that just as much as any other viewpoint.
Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Some people laugh at me when I tell them that.
That's so cruel. Those people are just sheep.
Sheeple.
Yeah, wake up, sheeple. Come on. Don't believe the lies. Don't believe the fake news.
Awesome. So I think we're going to be getting into the game here.
But yeah, I also haven't been able to get a vaccine yet either. It's unfortunate, but they're projecting like by end of May, all adults in the United States will have it. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Then we'll have the Chicagoland right after that. Don't you
Nice.
worry, Keen.
Nice.
May 2nd, Chicagoland. Be there, everyone.
Looks like cRoSs's on a new nickname tonight, kind of reminiscent of one of our beloved Korean pro gamers.
Yeah, let's see if he plays like Sulky tonight. He might have to if he's going to take down DragOn.
And again, doesn't Sulky just like choke in like every tournament?
He's won ASL or KSL?
Every tournament he chokes.
Okay. Yeah, he chokes every tournament. So let's hope he does. Let's hope cRoSs doesn't choke this tournament because he's going to be spawning as the blue Zerg in the top right on Eclipse. And as the yellow Protoss in the bottom left, I'm going to cut you off, Keen. We have DragOn spawning.
Awesome. So yeah.
So I have to ask you here, what do you think DragOn's going to open with? Are we going to be getting a Gate FE or a Forge FE?
Well, I mean, I think we're going to see a Gate FE. I feel like Gate FE is just like 90% of the time what we always see now. Protoss is open. I mean, even though cRoSs was saying, he's really confident in his micro and everything, and he does think that's like a road to a possible victory just by like overwhelming DragOn with aggression and micro and multitasking and stuff. I think it's just too like kind of in fashion, too meta right now for DragOn to go Forge Fast Expand.
Now this probe going back here is not 100% definitely going to be a Gate FE here, but it is likely to be Gate FE. You can still drop the Forge if you want to just send out a later scout on a 2-player map and get away with it. But yeah, Gate FE is definitely in favor, and we did see DragOn go Gate FE every game last week, or was it 3 out of the 4 games? I can't quite remember.
I feel like it was 3 out of the 4.
I thought it was 3 out of the 4 too, but I can't remember which game he went for the Forge. And yeah, this is looking a little bit more like a Nexus build here. Nexus first build, and it's actually going to pay off because cRoSs going for a hatchery first. And Nexus first before... Never mind, he's going for the Forge. So I take that back.
We were both wrong. We were actually both wrong.
Yeah. So it is going to be a Forge build. This is still okay. It's not the best, but it's still pretty good for DragOn. He'll still get that Nexus pretty quickly. So even though cRoSs is going to get away with the hatchery first, it's not a huge economic advantage for cRoSs.
Right. Yeah, and I'm actually surprised cRoSs went for the drone scout, honestly, because like skipping drone scout is pretty common, but it's good that he did because, I mean, personally, oh wow, the probe getting that kill kind of hurts.
That's a little sloppy. That's that PUBG kicking in right there.
Yeah, reflex is just not up to par,
It's always tough to judge when you're like which worker is going to win. So if you can't judge, it's always safer just to run away, right?
Yeah, I mean, is it tough to judge? I feel like the probe
sometimes
basically
it can be
always
tough to judge,
gets the first hit because probes are just.
Okay, so this is where you just sound like a balanced player again. When are you going to ask Blizzard for a patch, Keen?
I would love to ask Blizzard for a patch, but honestly, even if Blizzard was working on this game, I wouldn't trust them to do it correctly. But
Anyways, Dragon definitely feeling pretty good about getting that first drone here. And he's get this free scout off, knows exactly what cRoSs doing. So I feel like Dragon's pretty comfortable going into the middle game here.
yeah, he got his Forge and Nexus down without any trouble whatsoever. He knows that cRoSs did his 11 hatch, so his tech is going to be very fast. He can, do exactly what he wants, go straight into his game plan. And it does sound like he had some, very specific things planned based on his pregame interview. So I'm sure, like you said, he's feeling very, very comfortable right now.
Yeah, little bit late on the supply there for Dragon. So he was supply blocked out of 17 there for a while, but that meant he was able to skip his pylon, which means his core is a little bit faster there. So you can see his core is already almost done, which means his Stargate here is going to be able to come up at 4:05. Normally it comes up at 4:15. So that's a whole 10 seconds faster. And 10 seconds faster can really catch someone off guard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and cRoSs, I don't know, do you think he's just going to expect that and go Den first? Okay, yeah, we see a Den already. He's going 3-Hatch Hydra.
So this is definitely dangerous. Dragon, not seeing any kind of layer yet, is going to be a little bit weary about the possibilities of this. So he's definitely going to be, aware that this could happen. We're going to have to see if he wants, how he's going to respond here. His Corsair is going to be so fast that he's definitely still going to have a Corsair out here before the Hydras get to his base. So I don't think this 3-Hatch Hydra is going to be able to kill him. And I love the addition of sending the Zealot out here. This is going to be able to apply so much pressure. cRoSs doesn't have a lot of Zerglings here at all. This Zealot can get so much done here. Already getting the first Zergling here. And now, if it gets behind the mineral lines, it's going to be so tough to get rid of the Zealot. And you can see the second Zealot going across the map too. Getting into the natural here. Going to be able to get a full scout off and see exactly what cRoSs is doing.
Yeah, but cRoSs is, reacting accordingly. He saw the Zealots move out, so he has 4 more lings than his natural. I feel like this... Oh, really nice catch. Really, really nice catch by cRoSs there. Not allowing it to get up the ramp, but it does see the Hydras now, so Dragon will be able to add cannons in time.
And seeing those Hydras is so important there. Definitely able to know exactly what's going on. Knows he needs to drop cannons. This means he might even be able to save that +1. So I think things look pretty good here for Dragon. But of course, the Hydras... This is not all in at all by cRoSs. This can easily be transitioned into a more economic game here. It just depends upon how much pressure he actually wants to put on in the early game here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. I think his +1 will absolutely be defended. Dragon being very careful about starting the 2 cannons right underneath the Forge. So because it'll be flat right against those cannons, it'll be very, very hard for cRoSs to pick that off.
Something newer players may not know is that the cannons are able to defend a lot more of the Forge when they're vertical like that. They have a longer range of defense on the Forge there versus a horizontal cannon up against the Forge would.
Yeah. So, for that reason, I honestly don't even like going 3-Hatch Hydra on these positions because it just feels so bad, personally, at least when I go 9-7-3 and I can't even kill the Forge at all. It just feels really weak. You're in a really awkward spot.
You can see even here the Hydras are struggling to pick off the gateway even, just because of the range of the cannons.
Dragon being a little sloppy there and not putting Zealots on full command. So
losing just one Zealot and taking a lot of damage on the other there. Definitely not the best, but he's in an okay position here. He does have full scouting with that Corsair, so he knows exactly what cRoSs is doing. Keen, what do you think cRoSs' next transition here is? He still doesn't have a lair. He's trying to get that 4th base up. What does he do from here?
Well, it looks like he's still making Hydras, actually. And I'm surprised. I don't know if he was trying to do a sneaky, extra little late second Hydra wave, but he unfortunately had 3 Hydras pop straight from his main while the Corsair was sitting right over there. One thing that you can do is try to trick the Protoss by only producing Hydras from the hatcheries that aren't being scouted. But yeah, obviously you have to wait for the build time for those Hydras anyway, so maybe he wasn't anticipating Dragon seeing that.
Do you think there's a real opportunity to bust here or no?
Honestly, 5 cannons and that many Zealots, I don't know, this is a lot of Hydras.
This is a lot of Hydras, but we do have to remember how many gateways are behind this, and they're all going to be pumping out Zealots this whole time. cRoSs jumping in here. The Zealots a little bit behind the cannons, so 2 cannons might get picked off right away, but here come the Zealots out to tank for the cannons. And now what you have to do is you have to sort of dance back and forth with your Zealots so that the cannons can get as much damage done to the Hydras. And you can see the Hydras are already starting to thin. This is definitely not going to be enough Hydras, I don't believe.
I don't know, man.
To break through.
I actually think cRoSs is microing this really well, and the Zealots are dying. There's only
You're right. I could be wrong. We're going to have to see. I'm surprised no probes pulled yet. When the cannons are melting here, we're going to see another big wave of Zealots come out, but he does lose all his cannons in the meantime, only pulling probes now, but only a couple of Hydras left here. More Hydras on the income here with the reinforcements, but cannons are finishing up. I'm not sure if DragOn's going to have enough to hold them.
I mean, he has 5 gateways now producing Zealots, but he's still losing all these Zealots, and only 1 cannon left. I don't know, man. I think DragOn lost this. I think he was way too late with the probes.
Okay, but I think he might actually stabilize because these other cannons are going to be finished real quick here. DragOn, I'm surprised he didn't pull probes so much quicker there. He had an opportunity to hold so much cleaner if he had just pulled probes faster, I feel like. But now with all these cannons finishing, I think the opportunity to really kill DragOn right here has ended for cRoSs.
I don't know. cRoSs has 6 full hatcheries now producing. He has a 4th base whenever he's ready to saturate that, and he's going to kill this forge. He's still forcing DragOn to add more cannons. DragOn hasn't been able to make any High Templar yet. He has 2,300 gas. He's only been pumping Zealots, and he's still he lost a ton of probes. I feel like he's in a really bad position right now.
This is so crazy because DragOn also does not, I mean, cRoSs also does not have the best economy behind this. You can see his 4th base, no saturation at all. His 3rd base, not a lot of drones, 7, barely saturated. His natural, barely saturated. You can see cRoSs is definitely invested a lot in this attack. And DragOn, even though he's lost a lot of probes, he's also able to produce probes. While cRoSs is producing units, he can only produce the Hydras. He can't produce drones too. You can see DragOn's economy behind this kicking in. His Zealots getting stronger. It's looking like he's going to be able to stabilize here. And once he can start getting those High Templars out, he's going to be much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's still going to take a little while for the High Templars to gather energy. And yeah, we see he hasn't started +2 yet on his new forge. I don't know what the status is for cRoSs' own +1 range weapons, but cRoSs is still just going all in here.
Yeah, cRoSs, I think this is starting to turn into a complete all-in here, where if cRoSs can't end the game, he's just going to lose. Because he hasn't built any waves of drones this entire time, just pure Hydralist. I mean, he does have that 4th base up, so transitioning is always going to be somewhat possible. But if Protoss is able to get up a strong group of High Templar and your Hydralist force melts, then you're going to be stuck building units for the rest of the game, and you are not going to win with your economy being what it is right now.
And he has a 3 cannons down, I believe now, with two more morphing in. It does look like cRoSs has started finally producing some drones because his natural is quite a bit more well saturated than it was previously. But yeah, he has 2 High Templar out, and they're almost at 75. So I think this kind of aggressive play from cRoSs is pretty much dead in the water, and it seems like he realizes it because he is starting to produce drones again. He's just keeping his Hydras outside. I think he recognized when the last attack failed, when he saw all those Zealots, that he wasn't going to be able to make any more progress. A little unfortunate, his rallies aren't completely reset yet. This is a very easy pitfall to fall into when you're doing an aggressive play like this. But yeah, he's starting to saturate his 4th. He already has Lair. His Spire is coming. Yeah, now it looks like DragOn's trying to break out. Just a little bit.
Big storm there already hitting those Hydralists. They're all going to be softened up there. One thing that DragOn is definitely going to be concerned about is getting contained here. A big lurker contain is still really effective on this map, especially because the choke going outside is so much wider than the choke going inside to your natural. So your army can definitely get bottled up in there. So he definitely wants to break out before that can happen here. You can see cRoSs actually going for the Spire there, and he does have almost 800 gas. So that means it's going to be able to get a lot of Mutalisks. And DragOn's lost his Corsair, so he's playing in the dark right now.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of scary for DragOn no matter what. Crossy decides to do, whether he decides to go Lurker for a contain or just do a Muta switch to pick off High Templar when Dragon moves out, because like you said, he doesn't have any Corsairs, he hasn't made any Archons yet, and he doesn't really want to. But he's also still pretty low on Dragoons, only with 6 now. He is starting to transition into that Dragoon production, but kind of a little low on upgrades too, I think.
He does have an insane amount of High Templar, and he has still got banked an insane amount of gas. He's 1-1 now. cRoSs with only +1 on his Hydralisk, I believe. So he's going to trade really well against any kind of ground army here. And if those storms, I mean, if he has 20 storms and cRoSs, gets rid of, 15 of them, 5 storms might still be enough to win the fight. So definitely going to be a little dicey here for cRoSs, but the supplies are very close here. So it is dangerous for DragOn.
Yeah, and we see cRoSs, he's very well saturated at all 4 of his bases. He has 4 gases now against just 2 for Dragon. And Dragon still hasn't even been able to spend down all of his gas that he was banking up during that initial Hydra attack. Now, let's see how this goes.
He's jumping in. You can see he only gets like 2 High Templar there, and all his Mutalisks are so low. Storms are still effective even if they're run out of really quickly because they just do so much damage so quickly. 2 High Templar left there, a 3rd one there. But the thing is, Dragon can just reproduce these High Templar so quickly because he has so much gas banked. And he's going to be able to take his 3rd base here. Meanwhile, cRoSs losing all those Mutalisks doesn't have nearly as much gas banked. He isn't going to be able to produce them quite as quickly. But with as many bases as he is mining a lot of gas.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I think that was actually a really good trade for cRoSs. I mean, he could have done a little bit better, I suppose, but he killed almost all of the High Templar, and he wasted way more storms than I thought he would. And yeah, cRoSs even coming in with this extra group of Hydras because he knows Dragon is trying to position himself to kind of put some pressure. But cRoSs is going to be able to delay the expansion. He's going to be able to delay this 3rd gas from Dragon. I think this is actually a great move. And
if you can get this base canceled, that would be great. But unfortunately, not targeting it down. And I don't think he has Lurker tech quite yet because no Lurker egg block there at the ramp, which would have been really effective there. So not actually delaying the expansion, unfortunately, which is so important for Dragon because his main is mining now.
Yeah, that was actually really surprising me. I was expecting cRoSs to actually focus down the cannons and focus down the Nexus, but I guess he was just, his attention was just elsewhere. He is moving to try to put more pressure now with this huge blob of Hydras going down.
The thing about cRoSs' army is it's not actually the strongest army in the world. It's just a lot of Hydralisks, and Dragon still has, like I said, an insane amount of Templar. Look at how many Templar he has in this army right now. They're easily able to storm this many Hydralisks, especially if they run into this fucking bottleneck right here. So cRoSs needs to be really careful.
That's not a great angle to be running into.
And here he comes. He's still going in here. No big storms yet. There's the first one, another big storm. But even still, without big storms, I feel like Dragon's army is trading really well here. You can see the supply advantage suddenly really in favor of Dragon. His army just trading very effectively against his only Hydralisk army. There's no support here for these Hydralisks. They need something behind them to stop them from just getting stormed all over.
Yeah, we see cRoSs trying to come in with another group of Hydras from the other side, the top side of the map, to flank, but not quite connecting there. The one benefit that cRoSs had in that engagement was that Dragon didn't really have any Dragoons, so the limited amount of Hydras, despite being thinned out by the storms, they were able to trade okay with the Dragoons. But yeah, a little sloppy from cRoSs there, not linking up his armies properly and kind of taking some bad engagements at angles that he maybe should have been more wary of.
I want to point something out for some of our new Brood War viewers. Is at the 3rd base, Dragon left a High Templar there. That's so important for defending your 3rd base as a Protoss. It means any kind of counterattacks, you always have a couple of storms. And you can see here, these Hydralisks aren't actually scary because they can't actually bust the 3rd if there's 2 storms there. And this gives Dragon the ability to push across the map like we see right now. And this push can be really scary for Zerg. How is cRoSs going to hold this game?
Dude, this is like the nightmare scenario for me on Eclipse. Whenever I have this huge Protoss mid-game army knocking on my door before Lair is out, before Defilers are out and everything, It's absolutely terrifying to have to deal with this. And yeah, we see this is just what I'm talking about. Dragon was able
cut
to
off from his 4th base here.
Yeah, and now if cRoSs wants to defend this, he's going to have to go up this ramp and fight these Dragoons on high ground, which is absolutely just devastating.
And all of a sudden, it looks like cRoSs's busted here. DragOn pushing through, killing off Hatcheries in the 4th base, and we get a quick GG here. DragOn taking game 1. Super dicey at points, but what an insane game there for DragOn to come out with a decisive victory.
Yeah, man. I mean, just wow. Yeah, we can see why. It's just amazing how quickly matches in BoA can swing, right? Because I swear cRoSs was in such a great position after that early like 3-hatch Hydra aggression. He seemed to get his bases saturated pretty quickly, and he got an economic advantage way more quickly than I would have thought after he was just pumping Hydras for so long. But then he just took a couple bad engagements and he lost too many of his Hydras to Storms.
100%, man. I want to echo your sentiments. Brood War, such a beautiful game. It swings so many times during the course of the game. You can see back and forth. Where there were points at that game where it literally looked like cRoSs was seconds away from winning if he had just done 1 or 2 things differently. Perhaps he walks away with the victory that game. But DragOn barely able to hold on, comes back with the victory there. How do you think cRoSs's feeling going into game 2?
I mean, I would have to guess he's probably a little shook after that, because I mean that was exactly the style that he was talking about in his pregame interview, where he wanted to constantly be putting pressure on DragOn, right? And he thought that was how he was going to get the victory. But it turned out he was the one who kind of dropped the ball a little bit, taking bad trades. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can switch anything up here. Going into game 2, we have spawning in the 12 o'clock position DragOn as the teal Protoss, and in the bottom left as the blue Zerg, we have cRoSs.
Yeah, and so one thing to note, like I was saying just now, Sylphid, it's definitely much more Zerg favored in my opinion than Eclipse is, and I think it's also still very good for that heavy Hydra style that cRoSs was trying to play. So if he wants to continue doing that strat, I think this is a great map to do it on.
And cRoSs definitely getting the advantageous spawn on this map with the ability to drop much easier into DragOn's base, so that could definitely play a factor into this game if it goes late. But we'll have to see what DragOn wants to open with. Already see that pawn going out there. I think we're probably going to be seeing a gate expand here for sure on this map. Not as likely to see that late forge style on Sylphid, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, by the same token, I mean, he was very comfortable with his forge opening before, but yeah. Anyway, while we're waiting for the game to kind of like rev up a little bit here, I also wanted to note that we are doing a little a Twitch Clips contest. I forget exactly what the prizes are, but I think maybe like a VIP badge on our Twitch channel or something like that, or maybe a special role on our Discord. But yeah, if you guys are watching and enjoying our events, feel free to kind of clip hype moments or funny moments from our games if you are so inclined, and yeah, and then post them.
I gotta be honest, that VIP badge, dude, it looks pretty fucking dope in a Twitch chat. I think it looks better than anything else you can have in a Twitch chat, is that VIP badge.
I'm honestly really sad that you pointed that out, because I don't think I have the VIP badge on a single Twitch channel. Everyone mods me on their Twitch channels for some reason, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I don't get it either, because you don't deserve it on most of them.
No, and I never moderate anything, and the only thing it does
is you encourage trolling on people's Twitch channels.
Well, no, I would never encourage that.
Thank God.
Don't smear my reputation like that.
You're right. I'm sorry, Keen.
Anyway, yeah, I'm actually just shocked that you would slander my character like that.
So we're gonna say this, sell it, move out across the net.
Yeah. So gate first. I'll let this one slide, Jess, but
it's okay, dude.
You're on thin ice.
I swear to God, I didn't mean any offense by it, so.
Okay, all right. Apology accepted.
Thank you.
Anyway, gate first. You were right.
Yeah, of course.
I gotta give
Dude, I
credit
can
where-
read basically every Protoss in the NA scene perfectly.
but only the NIC, and you can't read the Europeans.
Yeah, I don't watch Europeans.
Is that just?
That's why they don't ask me to cast BSL, dude. That's the only reason.
Is there a reason for that, or it's just a time zone?
No, it's just because, yeah, I'm asleep during that time. But look at this, dude. Trading so well. Beautifully done by DragOn. Oh my god. Look at that. 4 Zerglings already. 1 by the Probe. 3 by the Zealot. Ending up 5 for that. That's very well traded by DragOn, especially in that position. It's very tough. But he's not paying too much attention to these Zealots, and these Zerglings are going to get in. So this is all of a sudden going to turn into a multitask battle here. And cRoSs was saying this is what he thinks he's better at.
Yeah, man, I've seen cRoSs just win games completely with lings and bases. He's like a surgeon with these lings. But they are slow. So, 2 slow lings is not the scariest. But
Yeah, two is not that bad, especially if we can deny any others from getting in. And DragOn forcing quite a few links here. cRoSs definitely has to be worried about another push out of Zealots here, because his cannon's going to be finished early, which means DragOn's going to have a lot of freedom with his Zealots here in a second.
Yeah, and it looks like DragOn is not really skipping any Zealots, right? I mean, I guess this is pretty standard, but one thing that always frightens me as a Zerg, we see Tim pointing out that it is indeed a 3-hatch Hydra again. But yeah, like whether you're going 3-hatch Hydra or just a regular 5-hatch build in reaction to the gate FE, it's always frightening when they move out with 5 or 6 Zealots. That kind of.
And I gotta be honest, this is 3 probes with the 2 Zerglings in there. What a well done job by cRoSs to get that much value for his Zerglings there. Even with this push, as long as cRoSs can hold this, he's going to be in an excellent position economically.
Absolutely. And being able to thin out the economy that early, being able to delay the tech a little bit, is absolutely huge when you're going for an early Hydra play.
But these Zealots are getting here pretty quick, Keen. I'm a little bit worried. cRoSs pulling some drones there. He might have to end up fighting with these. Zerglings going down already. The Probe adding so much DPS there. Microing that 1 Zealot back very effectively. But it looks like cRoSs with the Zergling spawning there, cleaning this up very nicely. No drones actually going down. And DragOn brought a Probe along, just gifting the Probe to cRoSs in the end there.
We do see 1 Zealot kind of slinked off into the shadows to get some scouting information. He's just going to sit right behind those minerals now, I think, or maybe try to get some drone kills. But yeah, he sees exactly what's happening. Despite the fact that cRoSs made just the right amount of lings, DragOn was such a good play here, being able to see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, definitely important for DragOn to get the scouting information there. It's going to help him stay in the game here. But cRoSs not losing a single drone that entire time. Really well done holding that push there.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised. It seems like he's over-droning here a little bit. Maybe this is kind of just a bluff, and he's really just hoping DragOn kind of overcompensates right away. But DragOn playing it cool, only with 3 cannons right now. Maybe he got more of a read on the drone count than I expected.
This is still a dangerous amount of Hydralisks going across the map. We can see on the mini-map there. So DragOn needs to be careful here. He's playing it safe. He's already got multiple cannons going down. He's got that 4th one going up. So he's not taking any chances here. That gateway is definitely going to be picked off. We can see it's already getting tapped by the Hydralisks.
Yeah, and 2 of those Hydras are also very, very low already. He's definitely going to get this gateway, but I think there's no way he's going to get this forge unless he does significant damage and knocks a couple of these cannons down for the same reasons we discussed last game.
Yeah, he's going to have to definitely go in on the cannons here if he wants that forge there. But this Corsair getting all the scouting information he wants, getting a Overlord, that's a nice little benefit there for DragOn. He doesn't want to lose this Corsair. The second you lose that Corsair, you lose a lot of your ability to scout the Zerg, so it's important to keep that alive as Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Protoss like going straight up Seralist Speed Zealot against 3-hatch Hydra because it is sort of a counter to that playstyle, but at the same time, it's also a very strange position to find yourself in if you don't have that scouting information. But DragOn playing it very, very nicely, just constantly getting an idea of what cRoSs is doing.
100%. Definitely, if you scout the Hydralisk stem going down before you lose your probe scout, that zealot response is very effective. But doing it blind is Zergus got so many effective counters to it. So you need to be so careful if you do that zealot Sairless response.
Yeah, unless you're playing me, in which case you actually don't have to be careful at all.
If you're playing Keen, you literally just mass zealot only, and then
and then I just die. Yeah,
literally roll them every game.
it's really, really sad.
But you can see we're actually moving into a pretty even mid game here. cRoSs didn't put too much money into this Hydralisk attack here, but DragOn with his speed finishing, he's actually got the stronger army here. He's able to force cRoSs back. cRoSs going to have to build some units here. You can already see the Hydralisk finishing, so cRoSs got a very accurate awareness of the timings here, and just knowing when he needs to build units, knowing when there's a potential attack coming.
Yeah, absolutely. I think cRoSs will be able to defend this. That's a decent amount of Hydras. Yeah, too many Hydras to just do the typical right-click thing where Zerg just watches as the hatchery dies despite their best efforts.
Now, a lot of players are going to be thinking, or a lot of new players might think, well, is cRoSs way ahead here because he forced all these Zealots back and the Zealots didn't actually get any damage done. But the Zealots actually are forcing cRoSs to build units this whole time, which means that he's not able to build drones, and drones is how cRoSs can get ahead if you can get an economic advantage here. This Zealot also getting, this DT also getting a lot of damage done here. Maybe even able to cancel this fire by getting killed just before it can.
Very nice reaction by cRoSs to run his drones back before he lost any.
Yeah, not missing a beat there. Keen, how do you feel about these High Templars moving out on the map?
I mean, it's a little scary, right? But the thing is, they don't have any goons with them right now, so they're very susceptible to being picked off by stray groups of Hydras.
And something that cRoSs doesn't have out yet is any Overlords on the map. So these High Templar might be able to get across the map with literally no scouting done. And something that can be so scary is if High Templar can get to the Zerg side of the map and still have their storms. But looks like cRoSs is going to see him now. Big storm there, getting a huge storm on so many of the Hydralisks, softening up so much of them. The Lurker finishing up, though. It looks like DragOn's still going to just try to retreat here. Retreating home with High Templars can be pretty scary, but cRoSs is going to let him get away with it.
Yeah, that was... It's hard to ask for a better storm than that. That was absolutely brutal. But yeah, like I said, it's running away now.
This is the problem with retreating with High Templar. You can see that storm even doing more damage to his own Zealots. And now, this is why Sylphid can be such a strong Zerg map. We have the Contain coming up, and is DragOn even going to be able to break this?
Dude, yeah. Well, I mean, we've seen Lurker Contain so many times on Sylphid, and they are absolutely brutal, like you said. I believe game one just last week against Models, cRoSs took down Models in exactly the same way. Yeah, it's just really tough, honestly. One thing that DragOn does have going for him is he still has these Corsairs. He invested very little in the Corsairs, but they're doing quite a bit as far as getting scouting and getting some Overlord kills here.
I definitely believe I remember that game too. It was a little fuzzy in my memory. But
yeah, a little fuzzy in mine too, but
yeah, I definitely believe that one. And yeah, I don't know, man. This is so scary. Their supplies are similar, and I think whenever you see similar supplies and it's contained, that means the Protoss is in its like death throes. It's basically you're just waiting for the GG at this point. It's tough to convince me otherwise because it's so tough to break out of these contains. Look at how fortified this Zerg position is. Lurkers are all the way around. There's more surface area for the Zerg on the other side. You can see High Templar getting picked up. Look at how much energy was just lost there. But you have to have the High Templar on the outside because you can't push out without storm support or you're just going to lose all your goons. But, I mean, when you lose that many High Templar at this point, it's looking even more hopeless.
Yeah, absolutely. You really, really need the High Templar to, soften up the Hydras, prevent them from just running forward and being a meat shield for the Lurkers. Not much good to soften up the Lurkers. But looks like DragOn is kind of throwing in the towel here almost, or getting a little impatient. I don't know if he thought he could break this, but he's just giving up and going straight into the meat grinder here.
I don't want to say throwing in the towel. There also comes a moment where you realize a 4-base Zerg is going to outproduce you. You have to take your opportunities and your chances. Unfortunately, his was blunted severely when he lost all those High Templar without getting big storms off. And yeah, I think once he lost those High Templar, I think he realized that it was pretty much GG. And I think,
he's just getting absolutely picked apart now. I don't think there's any...
Yeah, there's no hope now. He's
Nothing
down
back
in supply by 20 supply, and yeah, we're going to see the GG there. cRoSs able to even up the game. Yeah, and that was a pretty convincing game too there. Way more decisive than game 1 even. And do you think that's going to influence DragOn's decision at all going forward about his openings? He was so successful with the Forge and now getting absolutely stomped with the Gate FE, or do you think that is more of a consequence of the game and less of a consequence of the opening?
I think it was just how the game ended up. I don't think it was because his Gate FE... I mean, I think his Gate FE was totally fine. Maybe we'll see him want to go into the Forge just so he can 100% get exactly what he wants to do, because he did lose some probes to the Lings. Maybe, one too many that he would have preferred. But yeah, I don't know. I think his Gate FE is still pretty decent. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he dominated with his Gate FE last week, so I definitely think his Gate FE is strong. But I have seen cRoSs dominate, players known for their Gate FE before, just because he's so strong against it. Like BoA, I've seen cRoSs beat BoA before in very convincing games, just because cRoSs is so strong against Gate FE. So I'm curious to see if DragOn is going to continue with the style. And I don't want to by any means indicate that I didn't think DragOn did a good job last game. With his Gate FE, I thought his Gate FE was actually pretty effective. But the psychology of the whole thing can still get in a player's head.
You can be honest. You don't have to be diplomatic just because we're casting this live.
I wouldn't be diplomatic about it, dude.
In front of everyone.
I speak my mind openly 100% of the time. That's why I'm always right, and I've never made a bad call in any cast that I've ever done.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. Anyway, it looks like we'll be on Optimizer for Game 3.
And I think cRoSs probably going to be pretty happy with the spawning positions here.
Yeah, so Dragon, the top right, cRoSs, Blue Zerg, bottom right. So the thing about these positions, what makes you say he'll be happy with these positions exactly?
So basically the naturals are connected and they're only separated by minerals, right? So you can mine those minerals out very quickly. And if you mine those minerals out, you have direct access to the natural. So this is going to give cRoSs another avenue of attack. It's going to give him another avenue of potential harassment later on in the game. Because they're vertical like this, it's not a separated base, where if they were on the other opposite sides of the map, DragOn would be very happy because he could take a free third base. When they're vertical like this, cRoSs can deny that by just mining out his own minerals and being able to attack and harass that third base right there.
Right. So you're expecting it to just become like a no man's land where neither player really does anything with it.
Probably, but I think that's easier for the Zerg to take advantage of than it is for a Protoss.
Yeah, it always has to be awkward on this map because not only does Protoss get 3 gases right away, but if it's not vertical positions like this, then just having a third base that you have to put very little investment into to defend it must really feel great from the Protoss side of things.
100%. This is about these vertical spawns are definitely the only positions where Zerg can definitely feel more comfortable, just because they're able to deny that third base that is free for Protoss in the other positions. It's got to make it easier for Zerg.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still seeing a little bit of a duel going on here between the probe and the drone. cRoSs definitely not wanting to lose another drone. Remember, at the start of the game 1, he lost his first drone there. So 6 Lings coming out. cRoSs's seeing exactly what's going on here. 2 cannons already going up, so DragOn definitely going to be secure against these 6 lings. But cRoSs getting down that hatchery very quickly.
Yeah, so how do you feel about the 9 pool, like from the Protoss perspective? Because we've consistently seen cRoSs doing this.
I feel really good as Protoss against the 9 pool. Definitely always feel confident. As long as I scout it on time and can get my cannons up, I think 9 pool is scarier when I open with a gate FE, but Forge FE I think is much stronger against early pools than gate FE. So I think DragOn should be feeling good about this.
Right, makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I've always felt a little strange about opening 9 pool myself. Even when you do the extractor trick, it just feels a little weak, but definitely with the extractor trick, when you don't invest in the gas and get speed as well, you know, forcing 2 cannons from the Protoss before they put their Nexus down, it's pretty solid. It's not a huge advantage from either side, I think. But yeah, clearly cRoSs is very confident in his lane macro, so it makes sense to have this be a fairly common opening for him.
DragOn actually getting a scouting probe picked off there, so that's definitely a big advantage for cRoSs there. He doesn't have another one out on the map, which means DragOn's not going to be playing in the dark until he gets Corsairs, so that's always a scary experience for Protoss for sure. You can see cRoSs being so careful with his lings on the mini-map there, just scouting all around, making sure there's no probe out on the map. DragOn going to try and send a probe out here. cRoSs already on top of that, potentially going to pick that off if DragOn's not careful. And it's going to be a little dance here. And, you know, the whole time I think, oh my god, and DragOn actually gets through, dude. If he gets into the natural and sees what's going on, this would be so nice, especially if he gets into the main. But he's already going to see the drones making all over the place, which is going to be a good sign for him.
Wow, what a great cutoff from cRoSs. Yeah, being able to cut off scouting that effectively with just solo lings is honestly huge. And yeah, going straight into 3-hatch Hydra, I mean, DragOn might suspect what's going on, but he has no way to know for sure right now until Corsairs are out. So cRoSs in a very, very good position right here.
Definitely. One thing DragOn is going to be looking for is if the lings ever get speed. Typically, if a Zerg has a Spire, they're going to be going for speed on their lings because they can afford it with the gas. But if they're going for the Hydralisk, their lings never get speed. So something DragOn's definitely looking for here is for speed. If he doesn't see it, he's probably going to know that he wants to throw it on more cannons. But it's such a tricky thing to see, and sometimes you might miss it altogether. So we're going to have to see if DragOn can pick that out. Yeah,
the thing is, DragOn will have to be very, very on point with his timings if he wants to suss something like that out based on the link speed, because, I mean, cRoSs going for the 9 pool with the extractor trick, he's not going to be getting his, 230, 240-ish gas as he would with a normal 3-hatch Spire and 5-hatch Hydra build. So the timings are a little off. Normally you would expect to see the link speed at around 5 minutes, but, potentially 30 to 40 seconds late here. But Hydras are already going to be knocking on his door.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Keen. And these Hydralisks are going to be knocking with mean intentions here in just a second, dude. This is looking really scary. We do have a lot of Zealots. This is going to be the saving grace. And we do have a 3rd cannon going down. DragOn playing very intelligently, man. That is a mistake that I would definitely make there. Almost losing his 4th Corsair, but just barely getting away. Thank goodness for him. He's dropping 2 cannons down immediately. He does have that pylon that's a little bit scary, but I think he's just solving that problem with that backwards pylon right there. And he does have so many Zealots here that I think he will hold on. That 3rd cannon finishing up. So DragOn definitely with the 3rd cannon playing it very smart. Here comes the big attack in, picking up the 1st cannon. The rest of the Zealots are actually trapped behind the wall there, not able to get any surface area on the Hydralisk, so all the cannons are going to go down. But I think with so many Zealots remaining, he's going to be able to push these Zealots, or push the Hydralisk back just in time for these other cannons to finish up.
That was a little bit of a misplay by DragOn, but absolutely amazingly well done by cRoSs. He positioned his links right in front of the choke where the majority of the Zealots would have had to walk through to try to be a meat shield for these cannons. And so DragOn's, 4 of his Zealots ended up kind of bugging back and walking into his main while the Hydras were just having their day with the cannons.
Yeah, but I think these cannons are going to finish up in time here, and DragOn is going to be safe for the time being. It's going to take a lot for cRoSs to bust this. Even with Only, well, I guess if he's losing all his zealots once again it gets a little dicey. DragOn pulling his probes much faster this game than he did in game 1, dropping more cannons, and now it's looking like cRoSs going to get a lot of economic damage done. You can already see he's ahead in supply. Even if he transitions out of this, DragOn losing in supply.
I feel like cRoSs can actually jump on the cannons right now. I mean, it's really hard to react quickly enough with he only has a few probes there, really. And cRoSs can easily pick off this small amount of cannons, especially before those cannons in back finish. But we'll have to see. Maybe he's just playing it cautiously yet.
It looks like he's going to go in, but just not in time there. With all the other cannons finishing, now all of a sudden it doesn't look like it's going to work. And DragOn actually going to be able to stabilize here.
Absolutely perfect reaction time from DragOn as well. He was right on point with those probes.
Yeah, he pulled those probes right away, just in the perfect amount of time there. But I think he would have held it even if he hadn't, because of those cannons finishing up just in time. So, going to be safe here for the time being. Getting another course here just to get more scouting information done. He did lose that first one so quickly. And the second one might actually be able to get him an Overlord here. Gonna run it away, actually.
Yeah, 2 Hydras popping just in time, but now the Corsair sees that he's still producing Hydras. He's still on a low drone count, so DragOn knows what he needs to do. He's making even more cannons.
Yeah. You can see still more Hydralisks moving across the map here, so cRoSs is not giving up on this quite yet. Here come more cannons, but the Hydralisk trying to bust here. Not going to go through, I don't think, with how many Zealots there are and how many cannons there are behind this. I'm a little bit worried about that one pylon, but it's so tough to pick off a pylon that cRoSs probably won't even bother trying to go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like cRoSs kind of missed his target a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't transitioned into more drones quite yet, because it looks now like DragOn has a pretty secure hold on his natural there. With that many cannons, it's very difficult to bust. That is a lot of cannons.
9 cannons, yeah, that's crazy. And we see the same situation as on the first game on Eclipse. DragOn is literally spending almost all of his money. It looks like he's just now creating a few High Templar, but he was up to like 1,500 gas for a while. And yeah, but yeah, cRoSs, after seeing all of those cannons and the lack of progress he was able to make with the Zealots there, finally drawing up again. It's getting his lair, getting his Evo chamber. And I don't know. I think he's not in quite as comfortable of a position as he was on the Eclipse game, because he is still on 3 bases rather than 4. But I think he's still doing okay.
Dude, DragOn has been so impressive on his responses to these early Hydra aggressions. I think so far this series, I think both games he's held them really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've ever watched cRoSs, his replays, his streams, there's kind of a lot of source material to study from cRoSs. He's really not shy about, showing people how he plays and stuff. So I think I
don't want to cut you off, but this is going to be so nasty. Being a little bit sloppy with the High Templar there, getting one picked off immediately. But please continue, Keen. That's just pointing out how every second in Brood War can always matter. You got to be so careful all the time.
Yeah. But all those cannons there, fortunately, he was able to just pick off 1 High Templar. It's not the worst, especially given that DragOn has access to that 3rd gas whenever he feels necessary to take it.
Yeah, and he did have a lot of gas storage, so he is definitely in a pretty good position here. I mean, cRoSs, he is making a lot of Hydralisks still. It kind of feels, he's trying to go for a contain here. It kind of feels like cRoSs still kind of all in here a little bit. If this contain doesn't work, then he's going to get busted.
He is on 3 gases already, so there's not going to be any bottleneck as far as his liquid production compared to like the Sylphic game, for example, where he took a mineral-only 3rd. But yeah, he's already working on his 4th gas as well. And DragOn's Robo just finished, so it'll be a little while before he has observers. Picking a couple more Templar here.
Yeah, and this is looking a little scary. The good thing for DragOn here is I feel like his observers are much quicker in terms of the tempo of this game than they were last game. So his observers are going to be out here any second, and he hasn't lost nearly as many High Templars. This is much lower eco for cRoSs comparatively to the last game than it was, you know, this game. So I feel like DragOn definitely has an opportunity to break out here. And cRoSs, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold this contain once the observers get out, Keen.
Well, yeah, and what's making things a little worrisome for me is that we see cRoSs is slowly but surely mining out the minerals leading to the middle base that link these two, and DragOn has already mined those out. So if DragOn realizes this, and you know, scouts it in time, he'll realize that he doesn't have to actually face this lurker contain head on at all. He can actually just go straight through the middle line, attack cRoSs.
Imagine the surprise on cRoSs's face when a whole army just shows up in his natural, storming all over his drones, man. That would be hype. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. cRoSs actually does have Overlord there, so if he's paying any amount of attention, he should see that coming, and I can't imagine he would miss it for this amount of time, so he will see these Zealots coming here.
Yeah.
But it might be too late because, for a second I thought that one mineral was mined out there, but the Overlord just blocking it there. But that could have been really nasty for cRoSs. But DragOn still able to secure this third base, basically uncontested now because cRoSs doesn't even have his minerals mined out.
Yeah, and okay, we see DragOn trying to bust out a little bit here. This is exactly what you have to do, right? As Protoss, just go out with the Dragoons and High Templar, go soften things up a little bit.
So you just want to be trading semi-effectively here with the storms and slowly whittling down the Zerg army, and then once you think you have enough of an advantage, that's when you want to push out with your entire army and try to overwhelm the Zerg position here. Because once you can bust their contain, all their rally points are going to be at the contain, and all of a sudden Zerg is going to be scrambling to try to get up any kind of control.
This is such a great arc from cRoSs though, and he's really investing everything into
This is a good arc, but we still have so many High Templar, so many storms available. Here come some more with 2 observers there. Losing a High Templar there before we can get off all the storms. More storms coming down on the army though. These are pretty good storms. Look at how many Hydralisks are melting, but yeah, these are pretty even armies here. And all of a sudden, it's looking like cRoSs's contain is looking pretty strong there. Huge storm on a massive amount of Hydralisks, taking them all out there. That was pretty sick. But was it enough? I do love that DragOn is getting up this third base basically uncontested here. I think this might be a mistake by cRoSs. I can't believe he's not trying to mine out his mineral patch here and send some Hydralisks up.
I think it's actually the right choice. Like as Zerg, if you're going all in on this kind of strategy, you want to keep their avenues of like movement as isolated as possible. But yeah, these storms are just doing so much work. Oh my god!
And you can see the power of the double gas here in the main. Look at how many High Templar we have on the field here. Endless amounts of storm, just able to power through the Zerg position, all the lurkers going down, and all of a sudden it looks like cRoSs is going to be in a terrible position. Still more storms coming down, more High Templar. Look at the Archons behind this. This is just an endless amount of storms. And DragOn pushing through with 3 bases now. cRoSs going to be scrambling to even be able to hold this position at all.
I'm honestly shocked. I thought that cRoSs was getting such good trades with his Hydras against the Goons, and he just had such an amazing arc with the Lurkers. I can't believe that DragOn just broke out like this.
So many storms, man. What are you supposed to do when Protoss literally has 25 storms like that? They can just keep storming forever, and then they get another powerful unit after all the storms are gone. cRoSs never had a chance, man. He's gonna try here. Probably might even be able to kill the third base off here, killing both the cannons there. DragOn, surprisingly, not having High Templar here like he did in the first game. So diligent about that previously, forgetting about it this game. But this counterattack is scary, man. Can cRoSs hold?
It's very, very scary, but he's essentially giving up this third base in hopes that he can just deal a killing blow. But cRoSs has a really good SimCity here. He has Sunkens, he has Lurkers. I don't see DragOn breaking cRoSs like this.
Yeah, this could be the mistake that cRoSs needed to get back into this game. barely going to get out and kill this third base. We're going to lose his own third base in the process, though, it looks like, because there is no way he's holding this. Attacking into these storms could be disastrous. cRoSs is going to do it anyways, losing so many lurkers. You can see them melting to these Archons. Was that a huge mistake?
I think cRoSs definitely could have taken that better, but I do think that he was on kind of a timer here. He really needs to make sure this. Okay, yeah, he's tapping out. He took too much damage with that third.
GG. I don't know, man. He had just killed the third base. You really think it was necessary? He still has the fourth base up. He can't drop any Sunkens there to try and hold. I think that might have been a mistake by cRoSs there.
I don't know. It was a little. I was caught off guard by cRoSs typing out so early, but I do think that he could have defended that third base quite a bit better if he had a couple lurkers split off and go down there behind the Sunkens and maybe like throw down a couple emergency Evo chambers or something. But I mean, I didn't get a good read on how many drones he had on his fourth base, and maybe he just knew that he was kind of running out of steam and his power spike had already, ran its course.
There is always potential. I mean, I don't know. Seems typically to me like cRoSs has that, fighting spirit where we'll fight to the last stop there. Maybe giving up a little prematurely there for once, but we'll have to see if he can bounce back in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to cRoSs, that was one of the most Protoss favorite maps that are remaining in the map pool right now.
100%.
It looks like we'll be getting into Polypoid for game 4.
Yep. And spawning in the bottom left, we have DragOn as the sort of yellow Protoss. And in the top left, as the blue Zerg, we have cRoSs. And Keen, how do you feel about these positions, man?
Well, I mean, it's pretty good. It looks like cRoSs is actually sending his Overlord to the right first, which indicates maybe he's going to be doing something a little cheesy here, maybe. Because normally you want to scout counterclockwise on Polypoid so you can see the natural as soon as possible. But maybe he wants to hide his position a little bit. Yeah, I'm not really sure what his goal is with that.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I think these positions are definitely favorable for Zerg, right? When you say generally?
Yeah, they're not bad. I feel like the positional imbalances aren't too bad for the most part on Polypoid. It is very nice. Like, maybe if it was like bottom left for DragOn and like bottom right for cRoSs, it would be a little more awkward because the third gas that you would want to take is at like 3 o'clock, and it's just a little harder to defend because of pathfinding and everything. But yeah, they're pretty good for cRoSs, I would say.
Yeah, I just like how cRoSs has that easy to defend high ground fourth base if he wants to take it as his mineral only. Definitely makes it easier for him to play a little bit more of a defensive style if he wants to go that way. Of course, cRoSs more aggressive in nature here. And yeah, we're going to see DragOn going for a forward fast expand. Going to see exactly what cRoSs is going for well before cRoSs can get anything done here. Will cRoSs get the hatchery down in time? We're going to have to see if DragOn suspects something like this, and he does not. And there goes down the hatchery. So
yeah, so very standard, just an overpool opening from cRoSs. I'm really curious about what his thought process was behind that Overlord Scout. But DragOn was a little uncertain himself, so I guess it paid off going cannon before Nexus.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Normally, with the overpull there, you can definitely get away with the Nexus before the cannon, especially if the Zerg is dropping down their hatchery so early. So I'm surprised DragOn going for that cannon so early. And cRoSs able to delay the Nexus for quite a long time. You can see DragOn actually going up to 15 probes, Tim pointing out there. Which means that, normally you want to put down that Nexus down on 13 probes typically. So going up 2 extra probes there, which definitely means this Nexus was delayed for quite a while here. Going to hurt his economy a little bit.
Yeah, and cRoSs getting his gas very quickly. It looks like he's going to go straight for a 3-hatch Spire into 5-hatch Hydra build. Very, very standard, very quick tech. And because DragOn is just slightly delayed, I feel like cRoSs is going to be able to do exactly what he wants. He's not going to take any Overlord damage. Scourge will be out well in time to deal with the Corsairs. They'll be able to see exactly what DragOn is doing. So I think, cRoSs is probably feeling very, very good right now.
Without a doubt, man, cRoSs is definitely feeling good. But I do think DragOn also feels pretty comfortable. Being able to get that scout off definitely feels good. Sees the layer there. As long as his probe doesn't instantly get picked off, we know the timing for canceling the layer is out of the window there. So he knows exactly what's going on, knows that he doesn't have to worry about at least super early Hydralisk there. So DragOn definitely going to be feeling comfortable. And yeah, I think we're just going to get a pretty standard mid game going.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like I said, cRoSs is probably feeling very comfortable right now, but by no means is DragOn, like, I'm not counting him out of this game. It's just a little bit of a build order advantage from the openings.
Why are you counting out DragOn, dude? I don't get it.
Well,
you're trying to cast a game and you keep counting out DragOn.
Well, that's because I hate Protoss, but also we see right here that DragOn is not going for Corsairs at all. He's going to switch things up a little bit. For the first time, we're actually going to see a Saraless Speed Zealot build from him. And he hasn't even started +1 yet, so it's actually going to be a little bit of a sneaky little build here. It looks like he's going for one of those timings where he's going to roll out with like 8 to 10 Speed Zealots and just hope that he surprises cRoSs and cRoSs won't be able to get up defenses in time.
So this can be super effective. Yeah, if cRoSs doesn't scout this in time, the Zealots just show up. Oh, actually, we're going to get the Templar Archives. So all of a sudden, this is no longer looking like a Speedlot build. It could potentially be turning into a Dark Archon build. Dark Archon's obviously one of the units definitely capable of dealing with Mutalisk, with Maelstrom there. And with that Spire coming up, we're going to need to see some kind of response to potential air threat from cRoSs here. So, DragOn potentially pulling out a TT1 build here.
Yeah, okay. You told him this call by me. I would never have expected this. I'm wondering if it was just a reaction call from him realizing that his Corsairs would have been a little late, so he's not even going to bother.
We're going to have to see if that's exactly what he wants to do. He still doesn't have gateways up quite yet, so it's going to be potentially a little bit late on the Dark Archon here. Which means if cRoSs does drop 5 Mutalisks right away, they could get some damage done.
Yeah, and not only will the Dark Archon be a little late, but it'll also be a while before Storm is actually finished. So even if he did get a Maelstrom right on top of the mutas when they hit, it still wouldn't be able to really do anything for now.
Well, typically, if you're doing the Dark Archon build, you are going to skip that Storm for a while and actually just make an Archon. The Archon is going to do the splash damage needed to kill the Mutalisks. Hopefully, in most situations there, yeah. So
thank you for educating me.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Mr. TT1 student.
Well, I am TT1's disciple here, and this is a very, classic TT1 build here, so I just want to make sure that all our viewers know about it. But this DT getting in, nothing here actually to defend against the DT. DT already getting one drone, and if the DT runs into the main, there might not be anything there. You can see cRoSs trying to block it, because he knows there's no Overlords in the main now. He knows he has to block it, but look at how many kills. That's 7 drone kills. That's so much. And now cRoSs's seen the Hydralisk, knows there's no Mutalisk on the way. Just getting the Archon anyways, just in case. He does have cannons in his mineral lines. If Mutalisk were to show up, it would not be game over by any means. And he's actually not got the Dark Archon at all. He's just gone for 2 Archons. So we might actually just see a big Zealot Archon wave coming up here. And after losing 7 drones, I'm not sure if cRoSs can hold that, man.
Yeah, that's absolutely devastating early game. He's not even up to 6 hatcheries yet. It's going to be a while before he gets that 6 hatchery production up. But he has to make... Wow, this is a really scary timing.
He has no time. DragOn's giving cRoSs absolutely 0 time to recover from that attack. He's going across the map right now. You know what cRoSs was probably doing across the map with his larva? He was probably making drones up to that last second. You can actually see one maybe hatching right there, and now he's going to make only units. Such a hard timing to hold. He's going to need really good drone pulls to block his chokes here if he wants any chance of stopping this attack.
This is so terrifying though, because even if he tries to drill drones against this, the Archons will just splash them down immediately.
Yeah, and the Archons are going to get such value here. This is so many units. Only 2 Hydralisks there. DragOn maybe playing too defensively or actually backing off. I'm surprised he's not trying to take a more decisive attack there. Only 1 sunken in the natural here, but look at that wall. It's a little bit intimidating. Is DragOn just going to back off?
I mean, I don't know. That was an extremely good SimCity, and it probably is the correct choice to back off, but I feel like DragOn is on a little bit of a timer here. I mean, he does have 4 High Templar at home, and there's really no threat from mutas, so I guess he's okay, but I mean, against just Zealots and Archons, this is going to be a very strong Hydra army.
Definitely. I think there was definitely a chance that he could have broken the 3rd base too. There was only 1 sunken done at the time, and that, I mean, we can see the army right there. That is a big chunk of units. Giving cRoSs a little bit of time to get back into this game, but the supplies are so scary. And now with the High Templar showing up, maybe this is the even scarier attack coming in right now. With that 1 lurker, potentially able to save the entire game for cRoSs here.
Taking damage from those lurkers is really scary right now, because these lurkers are actually the only thing that's keeping him in the game.
Yeah, but these lurkers are keeping him in the game, it looks like, because DragOn is going to back off. And so the lurkers doing exactly what cRoSs needed them to do, buying him some time. He's going to be able to get up his 4th base here, and maybe this is what he needs to stay in the game. Picking up High Templars on the retreat here. This looks, all of a sudden, it looks like cRoSs has some breathing room. Before it looked like he was about to lose, and now it looks like he has a chance to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. When DragOn had that huge army on the high ground and the 4 High Templar were able to get to his base uncontested, that was like alarm bells ringing for Zerg right there. If he was able to clear all the lurkers rather, and just like be able to do exactly what he wants and just like knock down those SimCity walls, cRoSs wouldn't be able to do anything because he would just get immediately stormed if he tried to go in with the Hydras. But now he was able to get his mineral only up when he chooses to do so, and he's just
We haven't brought this up yet, but this is cRoSs tournament life on the line here. Like, this is the best of 5. Yeah, this is, if he loses this game, this is it. So being able to just push DragOn's army back keeps him in this game, keeps his chances alive. You know, cRoSs's playing on the edge here.
And he is still down about 40 supply. It's not really where you want to be in CVP. I mean, you know, a little bit of a supply disparity is normal, but this is quite pronounced.
Yeah, this is still very difficult, super difficult for cRoSs. If he can deny that 3rd base and hold here, he might have a chance, but DragOn still being so decisive this game, not giving cRoSs any time, pushing through, sending all his zealots in. Here he comes. It doesn't matter that he lost his observer because he still has so many zealots. Big flank coming here, but the main army has already collapsed, and DragOn just pushing through all the way to the natural almost.
Those storms were absolutely devastating. And yeah, he's out of lurkers now. There's 1 lurker that just died. Like, I think this is it. I think DragOn did it.
Yeah, he still has storms behind this. cRoSs canceling the 4th base, but look at the supply disparity. And it's not like DragOn's going to give cRoSs any time here. He's going to push forward. He's on the same amount of bases now. His economy is going to overwhelm cRoSs any second regardless, but it doesn't matter to DragOn. He is going to take this moment and be decisive and end the game right here, I think. There is nothing stopping him from busting right into this natural.
Yeah, 100%. This is a really, really tough position to be in as Zerg. I mean, it always feels awful when you're not able to get your 4th base up. And then on top of all that, he doesn't even have any map control. And yeah, whenever he tries to go in, he's just going to get stormed.
He's going to try to go in anyways, but I don't think he has any chance of holding Keen. I think he is absolutely fucking doomed, man. And there's the GG well played.
Types out. GG well played. Very, very well played by DragOn. That was absolutely stellar performance.
So clean, man. He's so fucking clean. What a champ DragOn is.
that was quite clean. I'm really curious about that build. I wonder if it was just a straight up reaction to what cRoSs did because he knew that his tech was going to be later, or if it was something that he was planning from the beginning.
And he never worried about Mutalisk the entire game. He never made any kind of response or counter to them. I mean, the first game, he really never made any kind of hard response to the Mutalisk either, and he was just able to storm through it. So potentially that was his, expectation this game too. But it didn't matter because cRoSs was just so far behind that he wasn't able to compete with the army, and he just got absolutely rolled.
Yeah, and unfortunately, our need money player is going to be sorely disappointed tonight.
Well, let's not be too harsh on him. He is still going to be getting some cash. We will be having, thanks to all the donators that have contributed to our match arena, if we want to post that in the chat here. We actually have reached our goal to have the 3rd and 4th place match. That's going to be next week, along with the finals. So I hope you guys are all able to tune into that. That's going to be super hype. And now DragOn's going to be in it, dude. And I think that's, super exciting. Especially because DragOn plays ZVP. So regardless of who wins, we're not going to be getting a mirror matchup in the finals.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God. Like, if I had to cast a PvP finals, I would be so disappointed.
I'll
be honest with you.
I am super hyped that we don't have to worry about any kind of mirror matchup in the finals. So I'm
but especially PvP, right?
Yeah, as bummed as I feel for cRoSs. He's a super cool dude. I am super excited that DragOn is able to make it through to the finals there, and I'm really excited to watch him there because he's looking out of this world good, and I think we're gonna have an interview with him any second here.
Yeah, I mean, it's always Discord is a very hard to use program, so it's one of the least user friendly programs I've personally ever used. So we really can't knock anyone for.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. And here he is, DragOn, man. Congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Feeling amazing.
Yeah, you're feeling the magic, right?
Yeah. Still got that adrenaline pumping through my veins.
Yeah. What was the so let me just ask you this question to start with. When did you feel like you had it when you were gonna win the entire series?
I think the last game, once I was able to do the build that I wanted to do cleanly, and he started with Hydras, and he only had like 1 Hydra, and my DT got like 5 kills. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna lose this now.
Yeah, that DT got so much damage done early. You were just in control after that.
That build was actually crazy, and you answered it for me there. But I was curious if you, because at first I thought you were doing some kind of like Serialist speed zealot timing, and then I realized you were getting the fast Templar Archive, so I thought maybe it was going to be a Dark Archon timing, but it turned out to be something completely different. And I wasn't sure if it was something that you did just on reaction because you realized that maybe your Seer timing would have been a little later because you got the faster cannon before your Nexus and everything. But yeah, like what was the inspiration for that build, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it's a build that I've been using for a while actually. Like I didn't just like make it up on the spot or anything. I've been using it for a few years, and it seems to work pretty well.
Yeah, at first I thought it looked kind of like the TT1 DT like Dark Archon build, but then it turned completely into a different build.
Right. I mean, it is kind of similar. It is kind of similar to the TT1 DA build, but I am going to say that I made my build before TT1 even thought of the DA build, man. So
yeah, you're undoubtedly the smarter and better player. Don't worry.
Like I actually been using this build for, I don't know, like 3 years now or something. And people are still like, "Oh my god, what's that build? I've never seen it before."
Yeah, it's crazy. I honestly I don't think I've ever seen a build exactly like that. I mean, I know there's a ton of little mix-ups that you can do with.
It was super effective. Your game or your build in game 1 also looked pretty crazy. You didn't have I mean, your response to the Mutalisk, were you worried at all when he came in and attacked your High Templar when you were like moving your army between your natural and your third?
Actually, no, I was completely fine. Cause like that game, he had hydro pressure on me for so long in the early game that I banked up like so much gas that I just had like infinite Templars at that point. And even if he sniped all my Templars there, I still could have made like a full round of Templars again. I was not afraid of mutas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I pointed that out, especially as the Protoss player here. Keen was, taking some liberties with his
that's a flat out lie. I was mentioning the banked gas from the very beginning. Come on, just don't
Yeah,
try.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that
We
was
actually-
super impressive because you looked. I mean, were you like there had to have been moments that game where you thought it was over? For a second, I thought you weren't. You pulled your probes a little bit late, so I thought he might bust through. Like, did you at any point think that game was over? Or were you pretty confident the whole way through?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I thought for a second or two, I was like, oh, he's about to bust me. But then I just barely held on again and again. Had to pull probes, and my forge, I think my forge was like going back down. I wasn't able to build cannons again after he stumped that forge for a little bit.
Yeah, my question for you, for like any of the newer Protoss players, like in that moment, how do you survive those moments? I'm sure it happens to all the Protoss, all the lower level Protoss climbing ladders. You're getting busted. How do you live through those moments? How do you not get busted right there?
Well, mostly you just need to see it coming and have cannons already on time. But if they're going all in, then pulling probes is sometimes mandatory. Like a lot of people don't want to pull probes because it feels like it's a desperation move, but they can make the difference between win or lose if the Zerg is all in.
Awesome. Yeah. I think, people don't understand that the Zerg economy is, even if you pull probes, the Zerg economy, a lot of the times it's more crippled than your own, right?
Yeah, well, actually that game I was like kind of pissed off because cRoSs did like 9734 and he had 5 hatcheries. Actually, I think he has 6 hatcheries behind it somehow. I was like, what the hell is going on? How do they have so much stuff and so many hydras at the same time? It was pretty stressful.
It definitely took a long time to saturate that 4th base. So, game 2, when he, what do you think went wrong? Game 2, how was he able to take it off? Where was the critical moment in that game?
Game 2, I tried to move out with Zealot Templar when I was distracting him with a Dark Templar at his third. And he ended up sniping like a bunch of my Templars on the way back. And when they were sitting outside my net, like I just lost too many Templars in the mid game there. I think that was the main blunder there by me.
Yeah, definitely. Those were some big mistakes there, and I think that definitely cost you the game. Keen, did you have any questions?
Yeah, so the optimizer game. How are you feeling during that? Because I honestly obviously cRoSs wasn't in as good of an economic position as he was in the like Sylphid or the Eclipse game because he wasn't able to do 9734. He was on 3 bases for a little while longer, but that lurker contain looked absolutely terrifying to me. So how are you feeling about that? Like for a while, I honestly thought you were kind of on the ropes there a little bit, but then you just had really, really great storms, really great trades. Were you just feeling confident the entire time because of that extra third gas, or?
Yeah, I was feeling better definitely than I was during the Eclipse game. I didn't feel quite as about to die. And then later on with the lurker contain, I was pretty confident in busting it. Like it wasn't nearly the same situation as on Sulfid because I could remake Templars with 3 gas, and with a islandish base or whatever, I could also just expand again without him. Like he's not really containing me to 2 bases if I can take that island, so that was fine still too. I wanted to backstab with Zealots and Templars, but he didn't mine out his minerals. I think for that reason, because he didn't want to get backstabbed and I wanted the full contain. But then that also let me secure that third for free though until he got drops. So either way, it kind of worked out for me.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see him even trying to mine out a little bit. For a while, he was mining out with a couple drones, but you moved out a little too early for him to do that. So yeah. Last question, I guess, is a follow up from earlier. What was the kind of like most comfortable strategy you would have been with cRoSs doing?
What did I want him to do?
Yeah, like what was your what did you want him to do basically?
Oh, well, I don't know if I should still answer that.
All right, your cards close.
Well, what he did in game 2 was not what I wanted to see anyway. The 9734 I found pretty difficult to deal with. So basically anything but that.
All right, fair enough. Sorry for putting you on the spot like that.
All right.
So
Awesome.
congratulations.
Yeah, Drag, the last question is, any shout outs? You stream at all? Do you have any announcements you want to make? Anything like that?
Not really. Guess I'll just shout out Team Mouse again. What's up, guys?
Team Naz. Let's go, Team Naz. Okay. Thanks so much, Drag. Congratulations. Yeah, man. We'll see you in the finals, dude. Good luck, dude.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Cool. So I think we're going to be going to a 5-minute break here. You guys stick around, and we'll see you right after for Hawk versus BoA, which is going to be just as hyped, dude.
I'm gonna pick Gypsy. If I play like this, then I will lose in round 4, but I don't want to lose, so I'll try to play more and prepare more against them.
I'm excited, I guess. Kind of nervous. Confident as well, all three. Because like I haven't faced him in a tournament since the North American Star League 3 when we played in the finals, and I lost by 1 game. So I think I can take him, but again, he's a really strong player. He's one of the best players in North America. So I'm gonna have to be prepared, I guess.
You have to play the strongest players at some point if you want to win. And this tournament is mostly about pride. And there's no pride in getting second. It's only first. I'm okay with BoA because I want to play him again since our show match, which he won. No amount of micro will just save you.
To be honest, it doesn't matter who I play against because I'm here to win the tournament. So even playing against Zerg, I know I was very disappointed in my game today, so I just have to practice a lot more and then just increase my chance of winning. So.
Welcome back, everyone. We have with us here Hawk. Hawk, welcome. How are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right.
Are you feeling confident?
I'll say this, I only prepared for a winner's interview, so I don't really have any preparation for a pre-interview.
Awesome, awesome.
So you're just not even remotely nervous. That's good to hear.
I mean, I checked my ego, I got a lot of practice games in. At this point, I just need to execute, and at that point, if I feel my control right, and my build's right, and still lose, well, that's all you can do.
So you're really not nervous at all to play BoA, the premier North American Protoss who hasn't dropped a single series to any North American Zergs?
No, because I'm the best. Why would I be nervous?
Okay, good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Let me ask you this one other question, Hawk, before we move on here. The result on the bottom half of the bracket here between cRoSs and DragOn, happy, surprise, what's your reaction to it?
It didn't matter. I think cRoSs would be a harder opponent if he practiced, but it's clear he didn't want to practice for this. So, I'm fine with DragOn. That means I get to play Protoss again, and I'm happy with that.
Awesome. Thank you, Hawk. Yep. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
And with us, we also have BoA. BoA, welcome. BoA, man, how are you feeling, dude?
Feeling alright.
Okay, BoA. I have to ask you this. It's the bottom half of the bracket was the showdown between the two Canadians. This is the showdown between the two Americans. Do you think you're going to prove that you are the best American in Rogues Gallery right now by beating Hawk?
Well, technically, I'm Canadian. I'm still living in the States, but I have a Canadian citizenship, so I consider myself Canadian. So, but
okay, well, that completely destroyed my team. Looking.
Sorry, I didn't mean to disappoint you. But...
Never mind then.
It'll be a great match.
My whole narrative, BoA, is destroyed.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't
But
mean
you
to
live-
burst your bubbles, but
You live in the United States, though, so I'm going to count you as an American just because.
yeah,
you
sure,
live-
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
okay.
let's go with
Yeah.
that flow. Yeah.
We'll just go with that. Okay, so are you going to prove that you're the best protest player who lives in the United States tonight?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be an interesting match for sure. Yeah, I haven't played with him a lot, but I know that he's a great player. So it's
Are you
gonna be.
feeling confident?
Well, to be honest, like I didn't really have too much time to practice for the past few weeks, but I'm just gonna go with my instincts, and just play how I'm used to playing. So I would say, yeah, I'm pretty confident though. Yeah.
Awesome. Keen, any questions?
No, I'm good. I'm just looking forward to seeing the games.
All right, I'll see you guys then.
All right.
Cool. Thank you,
Good
BoA,
luck.
man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know what the staff over at Team Liquid is doing. They have BoA marked with a little American flag. They all need to be fired, man.
I mean,
I know they get paid or some shit. They need to be fired. They need to be canned.
clearly get paid too much. I'll agree with
I
on
cannot
that.
believe they embarrassed me on such an important interview. I'm the laughing stock of the world right now. Everyone's watching, and I'm the clown. I'm the jester now.
It is really embarrassing. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you can never get past. You're just gonna
I
take that
will,
one to
dude.
your grave.
I will never live that down, dude. I will.
And
never
you
live that
shouldn't,
down.
because it's really, really a pathetic, shameful display.
Who was that famous politician that did that scream at the end that ruined his entire presidential campaign? I forget his name.
Dude, there's a reason you forgot his name. Because he's
Yeah,
a fucking joke.
because he's a joke, and that's gonna be me going forward. It's so
You
disappointing.
might as well get used to just buy some clown makeup. There's really nothing else left for you.
Oh well, at least I'm still good enough for Rogue's Gallery.
I'll still be your friend, even though people are going to cast me out too, most likely.
Thanks, man. That's that's loyalty right there.
Yeah, but it's really just because I feel sorry for you.
Someone has to, because the general populace won't anymore. But moving on to these games, dude. Who do you think is the favorite? What do you think is going to happen? Who are you rooting for? Tell me everything.
I mean, dude, based on like DragOn's performance after his interview, he was going into his series feeling practiced, feeling confident, and it's clear that Hawk is the one feeling practiced and feeling confident going into this series. So I gotta put my money on Hawk.
Oh, I don't know. BoA also said he was very confident, and even though BoA said he had not practiced quite as much, I still think he is quite capable of winning the series. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be really tough for Hawk to take this.
100%. I mean, I do suspect that Bo is also the type of player who might downplay his activity level a little bit. But yeah, he's very modest for sure, and he's one of the most terrifying opponents there is.
Yeah, I mean, we also thought that about cRoSs, but I think you could definitely see cRoSs was not in a top form that last series. So potentially, maybe BoA is also a player that just has not been practicing as much as he should be.
I don't know, man. I think cRoSs actually played out of his mind, but DragOn was just such a champion,
They both did play very well. They both played at a level that was equal to my own, which is insane.
I absolutely godlike, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely godlike play, just confident timings and decisive decision making. And yeah, I think we're just about to be getting into this game here and going to be having, on Eclipse like we did the first series here. And we'll be moving on here in just a second. So, Keen, how are you feeling, man? Are you ready for this?
It's on Eclipse again, so I'm honestly not ready. I'm expecting a clear win for BoA here just because it's the worst map for Zerg ever created.
Let me introduce the players first here before I get ahead of myself here. We have Hawk spawning in the top right as the red Zerg. BoA spawning in the bottom left as sort of like the puke green Protoss. Keen, let me know. I want to hear it now. I want you to be honest. Tell me, what's your dream finals here? Who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Hawk, dude. I'm all in on Hawk. I really, really want Hawk to win.
Yeah. I thought BoA winning would be cool. Now that I know BoA is a Canadian, I want the American to win. I gotta be for Hawk. I think Hawk versus DragOn would be so hype, but BoA versus cRoSs would also be insanely hype. Either way, I think the finals is now going to be ridiculously hyped. So, yeah, I think we're in for a good time this series. And I am just so excited, man. I can barely sit still in my seat. This is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. And just knowing that it can't be ZVZ is, regardless of who wins here, I know the games are going to be outstanding. I know BoA is just a monster, and Hawk has been playing out of his mind recently. He's been practicing a ton. He started streaming more, by the way. If any of you want to watch and actually learn and improve your Zerg gameplay, Hawk is like the one to watch. He commentates constantly throughout his games, and he's just one of the smartest players around. So be sure to follow him. I don't believe BoA streams, but yeah.
Definitely tune into Hawk. Definitely drop him a follow. You are not going to find a smarter Zerg player than Hawk in the NA scene, that's for sure. And we can see here BoA opening with a gateway expand. Hawk going to be dropping a hatchery down here in just a second here, getting it off without getting too much of a block there by BoA. So he's going to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, also getting some damage down on that first probe is really, really nice. Not just shields, but even some health chipped away there, which is really great for when BoA tries to, actually harass a little bit with this gate fast expand. Keeping the probe around for that extra hit is really, really important to kill Lings with just 2 hits.
The first moving out across the map here.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. He was trying to keep it a secret, but...
Did Hawk actually see that, though? Because that might have just slipped right past his vision. You saw his...
Yeah, 100% he saw it. I mean, the Overlord saw it. I don't know if Hawk saw it.
No. I mean, I didn't see the vision on his mini-map move, like the box. So I'm not sure if Hawk actually saw the Zealot in the split second that it walked across. And he's going to get up to the third base right now. Hawk sending out the 4 Zerglings here to try and, they're going to try and kill the Zealot here. BoA needs to be careful not to get it just caught. He needs to get it behind the mineral lines there so it can trade effectively. It's going to be pretty good at doing that. Hawk trying to cut it off.
Yeah, it's kind of cute. BoA saw that Hawk already got behind the minerals, so he's just juking it out a little bit. But yeah, really nice by Hawk, not letting the Zealot get behind the minerals. And he has 4 Lings at his natural as well to intercept this other Zealot. Should be taken out without too many losses.
This is very multitasking intensive. So, but luckily BoA getting luckily Hawk killing off that Zealot by BoA right there.
Yeah, really, really well done by Hawk. He let this Zealot live at his third, and there's another Zealot that's going to link up with it, so it's a little bit of a precarious position, but overall he's doing a very, very nice job defending here. This is actually one of the most obnoxious styles of gate fast expand for me personally, where the Protoss just keeps sending out every single Zealot, so the Zerg is constantly on the back foot. And it's really easy to get advantageous trades when you just plant the Zealot right behind the minerals. But I think Hawk is dealing with it pretty well right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty okay for Hawk overall. These 2 Zealots behind the mineral line here at the third base are definitely annoying. But as long as he can trade here relatively effectively, then he'll be okay. Another Zealot sneaking into the main here. Probably going to be able to pick off potentially going to be able to pick off a drone or 2. But Hawk already on top of it with these Zerglings here. Stargate going down. But Something that BoA is going to be happy with is the amount of scouting information these Zealots have been able to get him. He's been able to see everything that's going on. So he knows exactly what he needs to defend against what Hawk is doing, and he knows that all he needs is that one cannon right now.
Yeah, 100%. BoA is in a really good position. He slowed down Hawk quite a bit with those Zealots. He didn't get too many drone kills, but he forced out a lot of Zerglings, and he really got great trades with every single Zealot. And yeah, Hawk's Spire is actually very well timed, so he shouldn't lose maybe just one Overlord, maybe two Overlords, but I think he'll be okay for the most part. It is very, very nice to be able to go into Lair and Spire Tech straight away against Gate FE. It's not always very practical, but Hawk performing this build very, very nicely so far. And yeah, we should be going into a relatively standard mid-game with, Hawk going into 5-H Hydra, just expanding as usual, messing up Hydras and so on.
Yeah, it looks like we're going into a pretty standard mid-game here. We're going to have BoA here getting another scout off with his Corsair here. It's going to be able to get pretty much all the information that he wants, so there's not going to be anything Hawk can do to hide anything here with this. But the Spire is already done, like you said, so probably not going to be able to get any Overlords here. Maybe one. It's going to be a little bit risky. These might be Scourge about the pop.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful with this Corsair. But it does look like it's actually going to catch one Overlord. I was going to say, I didn't think... Oh, wow.
Great trade all of a sudden. Not good for BoA.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel as a Protoss when you lose that first Corsair? It has to kind of create a little sinking feeling in your stomach, right?
I mean, if you can get two Overlords for it, then it's okay, but for just the first Overlord, you feel pretty bad. It definitely makes you feel uncomfortable continuing to make Corsairs, which I think is probably the biggest victory for Zerg there, because all of a sudden you don't have to worry about, 5 Corsairs and, oh my god,
oh wow,
another one there. Now Hawk all of a sudden is going to feel so confident. He knows he doesn't have to worry. He just has to hold against this Zealot timing here. That's why he's making those 2 creep colonies. He's going to be making them into the seconds any seconds here. And that's going to be able to help him hold against this push.
Yeah, and this SimCity is really, really well done by Hawk. This is actually kind of a recent sort of development I've seen at the third, especially pro gamers do. But this natural is also going to be completely, yeah, wow. Sniping down that second Evo immediately, but very, very good block from Hawk. And the units are already out here. These are a lot of Zealots, so it is a little scary, but drones doing their job, blocking them from going into the
I don't know, man. The Zealots got on top of those Sunkens very, very quickly, and there's still a lot of them left. There's more spilling into the natural already, and there's not that many Mutalisks left, and all of a sudden the drones are getting just decimated by these Zealots, and I think BoA's just doing enough damage right here to win the game. This looks really bad. This looks pretty game over.
Losing all those drones does really hurt, and losing the Spire also really, really hurts. But it is a lot of mutas that the Hawk has out now.
Yeah, but he can't even mine between 2 bases. He's running drones back and forth. And BoA has so much time to react. He's getting that Dark Archon. That's going to have Maelstrom. That's going to be able to kill all those plump mutas in a second. And that's going to take out the wind of, from Hawk's sails here, any minute when they show up.
Definitely did a lot of damage, but I don't think all is lost. It does suck that Hawk isn't mining from his main right now. He's going to have to replenish that very, very quickly and start moving into Hydro production to be able to keep going with this. But it's only 20 supply down. It's not the worst, and BoA is going to be kind of confined to his base for the foreseeable future, giving Hawk a decent window for redroning.
I'm just so worried. We still see no drones in the main, so that means he's still not mining out of his main at all, which is obviously not good. And I mean, his drone count's just so low, and Meanwhile, BoA is just going to be able to power up and be able to push across the map here any second, I feel like, and really just crush right through Hawk. Here come the Mutalisks. He needs to be so careful because there is that Dark Archon there, and if that gets a Maelstrom, it does have the energy, and 5 energy here. It's 100 energy for a Maelstrom. 1 Maelstrom equals 0 Mutalisks left, and that might just be a GG
wow.
here. And it hits. Here come the Archons. They're going to be able to kill both these clumps of Mutalisks instantly here, and I think Hawk might even GG.
Oh, wow. That's heartbreaking. That was amazingly placed by BoA, though. That was exactly what he wanted. And yeah, it's really rough from Hawk here. He's in a terrible position after losing his only advantage there.
You did say, man, that this was going to be the map where BoA just GG's.
I mean, this map is
because it's so hard for Zerg.
Let's both be honest here. This map is just one of the worst Zerg maps.
Well, 2-player maps in general are pretty good for Protoss, I feel like, so.
But even for 2-player maps, this map is especially bad.
This map is really good for Protoss, yeah. And this is a really good position for Protoss to be in, so I think Hawk might be doomed here. He is going to be able to pick off this Dark Archon right away, but it wasn't anywhere close to Maelstrom again, so victory.
I think BoA didn't even want the Dark Archon anymore. It did its job, and he just sacrificed it.
Why would he sacrifice it?
To free up supply, dude.
Why did he need to free up supply? Was he supply blocked?
I think he just wanted to. Honestly.
All of a sudden, your arguments are kind of falling apart, dude.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll be honest. I didn't think this went through. I'll just be the bigger man here. I made a mistake.
Yeah, you should apologize for that.
Well, no, I'm not apologizing. I'm just saying I made a mistake. There's nothing to apologize for.
Well,
what do you mean? Why would I apologize?
I'm just saying you should apologize.
But there's nothing to apologize for. Anyway, okay. Moving on. Moving on.
Going on to game 2, we're going to be finding out what map it is pretty quickly here. Optimizer and cRoSs are the bans this series, so Hawk just deciding on what map he wants to play on here. Keen, what map would you pick in this position?
Man, they're also bad for Zerg.
Which one's the worst one for Zerg?
Dude, I don't know, man. Well, the Eclipse is the worst for Zerg, so I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, so you want to pick Optimizer?
It looks like we're actually going to be going into a Ring and Bloom. Hawk actually, like, historically seems to love this map. He's had very good performances. He absolutely wrecked DragOn on it. I think not only in the Turf Wars match that they had, but I think he really, really did well against him in another series. I forget where, but yeah, Hawk has shown very, very good performances on this, and he's picking it himself. So yeah, it should be a little bit of a comfort pick here. He can make the sort of Great Wall of Zerg, and it looks like his SimCities are on point, so I'm hoping he'll do well here.
Well, we'll find out. I think Ringing Bloom is generally, especially with that third gas there, pretty favorable for the Protoss, so I'm surprised by the decision to pick that map.
Anyway, it looks like we'll have Hawk, our red Zerg, in top right, and BoA, our yellow Protoss, in bottom right. The one thing I will say is that if there's a really strong early mid-game Zealot timing like there was last game, Hawk will only have one location where he needs to defend. And Hawk is a player who's very patient and very good going into late game, whereas BoA, I think in the past he's proven himself to be a little bit shaky. I mean, he's no slouch for sure, but his main strength is like really hitting his early opening build orders and really hitting really good timings and just being very on point with his army control. So if Hawk can actually like weather the storm a little bit and not take too much economic damage, I think he'll be in a really good shape going into mid to late game.
Are you disappointed that we're not seeing a sunken rush?
You know, I'm a little. Well, I'm not disappointed because it's not really something I would expect from Hawk. I don't generally see him do extremely cheesy things, and I feel like it would be something that BoA would kind of expect. I mean, we saw it last week, right? Striker against BoA, and Striker did eke out a win, but it was by the skin of his teeth, and pretty much everything went right for Striker. So I actually think it's kind of risky to do against BoA, honestly. I think BoA knows how to counter it, and the safer play is just to do what Hawk has practiced, which is obviously macro play here. He's going for a 12 hatch, and he's going to be immediately scattered by this probe, so it's a little awkward. He might get blocked, but it looks like he's going to get it down.
He's actually going to get it down, yeah. It's pretty lucky for him. He's still going to have to contend with this gateway first, though, and he took his 12 hedge towards the Protoss. How do you feel about that, Keen? Why do you think he took that base and not the one behind his base there?
I'm not 100% sure what the reasoning is behind this, but I have seen a lot of pro gamers start doing this, and my best guess is because it just allows them to get that hatchery down safely. If you take it with your third hatchery, if Protoss is really putting out pressure with like a gate fast expand or a 2-gate even, then your third hatchery will be later. It'll be lower HP when Protoss starts wailing on it with their zealots. And your second hatch, if it's at your pocket natural, the lings will be that much slower to get there to defend it. So I think it's just simply to get it up earlier, get the health up, and have your Zergling rallies more in place to defend early aggression.
Well, definitely something beneficial for Hawk here is that his Overlord is going to scout that gateway right away, so he's going to see this. He knew that it was the Zealot coming up. He's going to see with this drone here, the Zealot getting to the mineral line right here. We're going to have to see if he can get a lot of drones or not. Already getting off a lot of hits here. This is very scary for Hawk here. Losing one drone.
Losing one drone isn't the worst. He is cleaning his Zealot up now, and he did go 12 full, or 12 hatch rather, so already starting out with a little bit more of an economic advantage than you normally would have in this matchup. So if he cleans these up without too much trouble, he should still be okay. And yeah, it looks like that Zealot doing absolutely no damage. Hawk going straight into lair again.
Not bad.
And yeah, BoA recognizes this. He's not going to continue sending Zealots out last game. It's a lot harder to do that kind of harass because there, like I said earlier, there is only one point where you can send Zealots here. And we see like another possible reason for this early hatch at this natural, right? This creep is already spread all the way to its maximum. So like whenever Hawk wants to start throwing down his buildings for the Sim City, you know, he can place them exactly where he wants to create just a great wall.
Yeah, how great is the wall going to be?
Just the greatest. Like, you'll be able to see it from outer space, dude.
Holy shit, dude. You can't think of any wall that you can see from outer space.
Yeah, absolutely unreal.
We're going to be seeing that Stargate go down, which means BoA is going to be able to see exactly what Hawk is doing. Hawk getting down the Spire at a very good time, though, so I don't think that Stargate's going to be able to get maybe not even an Overlord here when it finally finishes up. It's going to be very close.
Yeah, really, really nice tech timing from Hawk. One thing I am a little curious about, I assume it was intentional and it's just to kind of balance out his minerals and his gas, but he does have 2 drones on his main gas right now. I assume he'll correct it in short order unless it is an actual mistake, in which case he could find himself in a little bit of trouble going into mid-game. Just having one worker off your gas at inopportune times can have like huge ramifications for the rest of the game.
It definitely can. It can be pretty crippling here. We're going to have to see if he fixes it. That is a good spot there. That's something that you can potentially go all game without noticing and then realize, oh, I was 1,000 gas or 12,000 gas or however much gas is enough guys are down, you know?
Yeah, I mean, just as an aside to newer players, if anyone is watching who just started playing the game, generally if you do find yourself in, like, if you just get that feeling in a game where it's like, you know, you just have way less gas than you usually do at the same stage, like it's a build that you've practiced before, it's probably for that reason, like you're just missing a worker on gas.
Yeah, so something you always want to check for. Of course, you're going to get full scouting here. Like I said, that Spire finishing up pretty good time here. He might be able to, I mean, there was an Overlord floating right outside his base, so he probably can get that one down. Might be able to get another Overlord here, but he's going to respect the timing here and just fly away with his Corsair. Last game, if we remember, he actually lost that, so this game he's not going to play nearly as risky with it.
Yeah, and Hawk did get the third drone on gas, so obviously it was intentional. Of course, a player of Hawk's caliber wouldn't, you know, make a mistake like that. Not like you know, some scrub like me.
A player of Keen's caliber. We do have a huge Zealot ball forming up here, but like you mentioned already multiple times on this map, is that Hawk has a much easier time defending because he's got that wall that he's already built. We can see on the minimap there, it's looking pretty fierce. That is a big ball of red, and it's only one choke, and look at that, man. That is going to be tough to break for any wall of Zealots. And in the meantime, Hawk just pumping out drones. Do you think that's enough Sunkens? I'm a little bit worried. Just 2 Sunkens, maybe not enough.
I mean, he's going to start Hydra production really, really soon here, right? So it will be, I think, enough to defend. Along with units, along with Lings, along with, if he needs to, drones, I think he'll be totally fine. But BoA, if there's any player to make me eat my words here, it's BoA. BoA's attacks are just always terrifying, and he always gets more done than I would expect.
Oh, but the Mutalists are a good decision here. There is no chance that these Zealots get much done at the Mutalists here. 5 Corsairs, maybe enough to help fortify these Zealots in the attack, but I think he's still going to have to back off overall.
Yeah, I mean, BoA is just paying respect to Hawk here. He could have been a little arrogant and tried to go in anyway, despite seeing those mutas, but he knows Hawk is a player that won't be forgetting these Scourge, and he knows the kind of damage that mutas and Scourge can do.
Where does Hawk go from here, Keen?
Well, we see, you know, he knows the advantage he has with air right now. He's going to go in, he's going to be able to pick off this cannon, and with all of these Scourge laying in wait, it's going to be very, very hard for BoA to hold. But wow, he's going Dark Archon actually. Even after going Sayers, he's still going Dark Archon. So if he gets a Maelstrom down right on top of the... okay, wow. Only getting 1 Corsair. I actually thought those Scourge would hit way more, but yeah, really, really unfortunate for Hawk there.
But look at the damage these... This is BoA's on 1 base. These Mutalists are getting insane damage done. This Dark Archon is not paying for itself right now if it's allowing this to happen. What was the point of the Dark Archon here?
Yeah, I don't know if he doesn't have a follow-up with an Archon, or he's still just scared with more Scourge falling up. But yeah,
there, so that's the problem. But taking so much damage, these Mutalists, even if they all die now, I feel like they've paid for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, look at BoA's bank. His economy is just in shambles. Hawk still has 700 gas. He's very, you know, very, very healthy economy. But yeah, this Dark Archon does have 100 energy now. Luckily, Hawk's seeing it coming with the Scourge and playing conservatively. Still picking up a ton of probes here.
Oh my god, Keen, so many probes. That was like, I don't know, like 5 to 10 probes maybe going down right there. That was insane. That's so much value.
Not only was it so many probes, but he's forcing an Archon, he's forcing a Dark Archon, he's forcing more Scourge, I mean more Corsairs rather from BoA, so all of that gas going into just muted defense rather than what he really wants is High Templar is really, really fucking just amazing for Hawk.
Now, Hawk's still only on 3 bases. Do you think he could have gotten a 4th base up at some point? I feel like this 4th base might be a little bit late, but with BoA still on 2 bases, I suppose it's not a huge problem. As long as you can stop this next attack from BoA, you should be in a good position.
Honestly, I don't mind the fourth timing that much. I mean, it would be nice if he had gotten it like a minute earlier, but he was doing a lot of work with those mutas, and he dealt a lot of economic damage to BoA. And just for that fact, I feel like it's more than on time. And he was also able to really drone up to his heart's content on those 3 bases. So I think he's feeling totally fine right now.
BoA, of course, realizing there might not be a timing here, realizing he might need to go for this 3rd base to have any chance in winning this game. Great thing about Ringing Bloom here is that if you take this 3rd base is so easy to take for Protoss, right? Because it's right in front, you don't have much to defend against. So, I mean, as long as you can hold the front of your base, you can be on 3 bases, and a 3-base Protoss is always going to be a little bit scary, right?
Yeah, 100%. I would expect to see Hawk. He's probably going to be checking into lurkers soon. He's making a ton of hydras right now. But yeah, I don't think it would be very hard for him to really contest this 3rd and stop BoA from taking it for the reasons you just stated. So I expect to see him kind of, get overlords out on the map, start trying to take another main, probably top left. And yeah, I still think he's totally fine right now, though. I mean, BoA, the Nexus isn't finished yet. He's still kind of lower on probes than he would want to be. I mean, you really don't want to have to be remaking probes at this stage in the game, 12 minutes in, right?
Not at all, right? So I think you're 100% on point here when you say that BoA is behind. But it can still be tough for Hawk to transition into the late game here. The Protoss army definitely scales better. We see Hawk coming in with another attack with his Mutos here. Not going to be able to find too much here. He needs to be careful because that Dark Archon can always be roaming anywhere to pick up all these Mulas. And BoA is moving out on the map now. Hawk, is he going to have enough to hold, man?
I think he'll have more than enough to hold. He still has... His SimCity is absolutely amazing. He has lurkers on the way, and he still only has really, maybe we can say 1.5 points where he needs to defend here.
Here comes the big attack, though. Lurkers on the way. We just saw them starting to morph. They're not finished quite yet, though. Big storm on a big chunk of the Hydralis. The Cortha is actually running right into that. Another big storm, right on another big chunk of morphing eggs there. Unfortunately, not able to get all that done. This army seems like it's still rolling through there. There's still a big chunk of it left. And, because the lurkers were late, they're getting cleaned up very well, but the supplies look really in favor of Hawk right now.
The supplies in favor, and the mutas were still they were still killing probes. This looks scary, but Hawk is still, he has all these Sunkens, he has army that's going to pop out of these hatcheries in just a second, and it's going to clean this army up. And
here it comes. All these Hydros coming for the big surround. BoA's army getting absolutely demolished here. Just melting away. You can see the goons, their trails dead across that entire battlefield. Probes transferring to the 3rd, but I don't think that's going to be enough because Hawk is going to be shutting that base down any second, I have a feeling.
Absolutely. And as we saw, Tim, our observer, pointing out before that attack even happened, BoA wasn't even producing probes. I thought that he would be producing more probes because he was a little light on them after taking so much economic damage, but I think that was almost an all-in attack from him. He's still holding on because he has his 3rd base here, but he's still, I think, pretty thin on probes for 3 bases. Definitely lower economy than you would want to be at this stage of the game. And yeah, I mean, Hawk just has a huge advantage right here. I think this is actually really, really great play from Hawk against a player like BoA specifically, where he knows that BoA likes to get really strong advantages with key timings, but he's just been denying that time and time again.
And on a map that a lot of players would be afraid to play against the Protoss, right? Especially the Protoss of BoA's caliber. Seems to play right into BoA's style, where he's going to, be able to get away with the gate FP for sure, and just be able to get so much value out of it. And Hawk just demonstrating why it could be a Zerg map almost, showing exactly how you should play against this.
9 kills on a Muta, 4 kills on the one. Absolutely,
dude.
Yeah, just devastating. I mean, having a mineral line still undefended this late in the game and just letting your probes die like that when you're already in such a bad position is just really, really, I mean, just not something that you can do if you want to be realistic about winning the game. And these Mews are coming in again. There's still no cannon behind the mineral line. He's actually diving with just one Mew to scout. And he sees it's still relatively undefended. He's going to go in there and pop a couple more probes, I think.
He might even sacrifice these minerals at this point. It doesn't matter. They've gotten so much value. They've done the work that they need to do. And Hawk saw the probe line in the main. He saw how few probes there are. He knows the position he's in. And yeah, this looks hopeless for BoA. I mean, unless he takes a miracle fight, man, there is no chance.
It's not very often you see a Zerg being 40 supply up. I mean, normally you expect the Protoss to be at least 10 to 20 supply up from Zerg in ZVP. So the one hope that BoA has is that Hawk hasn't taken, top left and bottom left, and just taken over the entire map. That's the only hope that BoA has. He can be grateful that Hawk has stayed on 4 bases. I mean, at least he can, be grateful for that. But Hawk's, fixing that right now by taking top left. And if BoA doesn't shut this down, then there's no hope for him because he's already so far behind. Yeah, 100%. I agree. The thing is sometimes Zerg players are a little overzealous. I mean, it is very, the common wisdom is that you want to be like 1 to 2 bases up from Protoss as Zerg. But I think it actually, sometimes Zerg players shoot themselves in the foot a little bit by taking expansions that they aren't really able to defend properly. And I think losing those expansions prematurely hurts the Zerg more than if they were just being a little more conservative and securely defending, maybe just 1 more base instead of 2 more bases in the Protoss, which is what Hawk is doing.
Yeah, and Hawk's doing it very effectively. You can see, look at that little counterattack right there. He's drawing BoA's entire army back to defend his 3rd base. And in the meantime, he's getting such a good position up on this new 5th base that he's taking. You can see he's already got units on the high ground there. Once those lurkers get up, there's no way BoA can break that. That's 2 bases secured for Zerg. That means going into the late game, Hawk has no worries. He just needs to be able to beat BoA's army once, and he'll be in a dominating position.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it feels like a trap here for BoA to be attacking a base like this.
Yeah, but what hope does he have? He's so hopelessly behind here. So he needs to make some kind of effort into cracking Hawk here so that he is going in. He's got a couple of good storms here, but nothing that I think is going to be too rushing for Hawk. Hawk sells and sends his whole army across here. Needs to be a little bit careful because if BoA gets a really great position, his trades here might be super effective. But BoA's army just looks so dinky compared to Hawk, who is just able to feed endless amounts of units into this.
Yeah, and now he smells blood in the water. Yeah, he's just collapsing with it.
What a surround! That's cinematic right there.
That's exactly what you want to see in Zerg. Yeah, it feels so good when you're able
absolute surround from all sides, and the Protoss army just gets swallowed whole. And yeah, this is pretty hopeless for BoA, man. I think Hawk gonna be tying this up 1-1.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited seeing this. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Hawk. Absolutely impeccable Zerg versus Protoss play here.
Now Hawk does need to be careful here. BoA doing all the right moves here, taking the sneaky expansion down here at the bottom left. This could keep him in the game. I mean, Protoss, if you can just get on even bases, right? Like, if you can make it into a split map, you can win that game, even if you're way behind all game, right? Because you'll trade more effectively overall than Zerg. And so if Hawk isn't careful and he lets BoA get the space up in the bottom left, all of a sudden this game could swing up.
Yeah, it's still a long shot, but I don't blame BoA for a second for staying in and trying to, get himself back into the game by any means possible. I mean, that's a key. That's like the hallmark of a tournament player, right? Who's really fighting until the bitter end.
Of course, BoA being in the BSL, all the way. What is he in now? The round of 8 or past that?
Yeah, he qualified last week. He's in the round of 8 now. I believe he's playing this weekend. I'm not exactly sure who his group is, but yeah, really, really hyped to see another North American player.
Yeah, it's super sick. So he definitely has those tournament nerves here, paying off here. Potentially the saving grace in this game is that he could get this bottom left base up, and it doesn't look like Hawk has any clue that it's coming up right now. He's going to be able to get it off completely uncontested.
Yeah, 100%. Getting that bottom left base with just a couple cannons and being able to get gateways set up there to get High Templar set up and make it just like an impregnable fortress will definitely go a long way to getting back into this game. But
I did love Hawk's reaction time there to that storm drop there. Storm, shuttle, and probably multiple Templar there. Not getting much done other than getting 3 drones because Hawk reacted so quickly and got all the drones to the 3rd base away in time. And, that's a lot of resources for 3 bases to be investing to not be getting anything out of.
Yeah, absolutely.
And every little step like this is putting BoA more in the hole here. And it looks like he's trying to bust through this 4th base again. Look at this defense here, though. If he goes in here, that's crazy. He's going to get absolutely mopped up. I think BoA realized it too, backing off. Probably going to be just trying to defend this 4th base here. I'm so shocked that Hawk hasn't seen it yet, but he's going to find it right now as these probes transfer across the map. And I don't think... Oh, well, he does have the DT here. So the 1 DT is going to be what stops him from being able to bust up this ramp.
Yeah. BoA should be able to defend this, but I mean, it's really nice getting those lings in. They'll probably go for probes here because just 5 lings, even cracklings won't be able to break the nexus. But yeah, every little bit counts. Hawk getting his main
killed there at least like 4 or 5, so better than nothing, right?
Yeah. Hawk, meanwhile, is still getting his main and his natural resaturated. He's getting his other top left main get saturated now. And he'll be mining on, what is it, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases total. So he's in an incredible economic position right now compared to BoA, who, despite his early economic setbacks, already mined out from his main and his natural. So he's just mining on 2 bases versus Hawk's 6 bases.
Yeah, but the longer the game goes, the less and less this economic advantage will matter. If BoA can get up these bases on the left side, then all of a sudden he'll be in just as good of an economic position. Of course, that's a long way off right now, and Hawk still has that dominating position. I think he should be able to overwhelm BoA any minute here if he plays this properly, but it can still be a little bit dicey here, especially when we see Hawk being just sieged here by all these storms. And BoA, taking advantage of his good multitasking, trying to get multiple storm drops off, and maybe even going for a bust here. This is definitely crazy, though, because there's no way he's going to be able to bust through this. Is this a desperation bust king? Because he is losing all his zealots. Everything just melts there. And I think this might be BoA giving up, because that was disastrous, dude. Look at the drop.
Yeah, that was a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one, and it did not turn out well for BoA. I fully expect, if there's any time to just go all in and just start streaming lings into BoA's base, now is the time. He doesn't even need those lurkers as defense anymore, honestly. He can just plant them in front of BoA's 4th base rather. He can plant them at BoA's main base. He can literally do whatever he wants now. The world is his oyster.
Yeah, I think this base at the bottom 6 o'clock position is wishful thinking from BoA, because I don't think Hawk has any intentions of ever letting him get that up. Hawk is maxed here. We're going to have to see how he wants to press his advantage. Last week, I remember you talking about how Tai 2 had a problem with bigger army control, and really, ending that game unsilted was a big problem that we saw Tai 2 experience. I hope Hawk doesn't fall into that same trap here, because we need to see that killing blow here before BoA can really get all these bases up and mining.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually mobilize your entire army as Zerg, but I do think that Hawk has the mechanics to back up late game Zerg. But he is also very, very patient, and he knows. The game is still just his to lose, so I don't actually mind him just still playing conservative and slow and calculated and just taking more bases, and really just squeezing the life out of BoA.
Definitely.
He's going for a drop
And
here.
here, this drop,
Great,
I
great
think,
play.
is probably going to be game-ending here. Great move by having these Templar here. These Templar could very well be the saving grace for this base here, but I don't think it's going to be enough because this is a massive drop, and there are so many Hydralisks here. And yeah, I think this base, even with perfect storms here, is going to go down. This is just too much surge, and yeah, that's going to be pretty devastating for our Protoss player here.
Yeah, he did have a lot of energy banked on those Templar, but I mean, it's still just not enough.
Yeah.
BoA has been so poor. He only was able to make 2 Templar. This Nexus is going to go down. So BoA is really only mining on one. It's like more half of the base essentially right now. He is trying to take 6 o'clock, but it's just there's just no route for him back in this game. He's economically crippled. Hawk has almost the entire map, over half the map now. And it's hard for him to even clean up this single lurker egg.
And Hawk finding that decisive move that really cripples BoA, I feel like that almost puts this game out of BoA's reach. I find it very difficult to see any path for BoA back into this at this point. He's so economically crippled that, you know, what can he do really?
Yeah, it's
He's struggling even to make another Nexus bottom left. You can see he's just literally, he can't do it. He can't afford it. He's sending all his units into desperation attack. But there is no hope of this working. The supply doesn't lie, and BoA is down nearly 70 supply. So
the crazy thing is Hawk has done such a good job of killing probes throughout this entire game that even on this low amount of bases, BoA still isn't well saturated. He only has like 3 probes mining at his third base. At 6 o'clock, it's fairly well saturated, but he's just so low on probes. He is doing some work. He killed that new base that Hawk put down. He killed some drones with a storm drop, or maybe even a High Templar that just snuck in. But yeah, Hawk knows he's finally pushing forward into BoA's main here. And I really don't think there's anything BoA can do.
no, there's really not. I mean, even if he is somehow able to break this stranglehold on the third base that is happening right now, even if he kills all these lurkers, he's still in no position to continue this game because he's never retook his bottom left base. So he has no economy to fall back on, and yeah, I mean, he's just going to be overwhelmed here. You can look at the mini map. Look at that army of red just rushing across the map. There is no hope that BoA has to continue into this game.
How do you feel about games like this? Do you think it's better to stay until the very bitter end and just like prolong things as much as possible, or do you think it's actually like a net negative for the player who's at the disadvantage mentally to stay in like this?
It all depends on your mentality and your, like, I mean, different players will have different, it'll affect different players differently. For all we know, BoA could just literally be thinking about how he wants to play the next game during this, you know, and he realizes that it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know there is, player fatigue as well. It's really physically and mentally demanding to play StarCraft, honestly. I mean, it's just really, really like APM intensive, and it's stressful. Like you're constantly thinking about a million things when you're playing. So maybe BoA thinks that he is the stronger player endurance-wise. Can't really say for sure. We're not mind readers, but yeah, there's a lot of things that go into making that decision for sure.
And potentially BoA legitimately thinks he still has a chance of making an insane comeback. You know, you never know a player's actual thoughts. Maybe he thinks if he gets enough storm drops off and kill enough of Hawk's economy, he has a chance of winning this, although it's looking less and less possible, and I'm sure even BoA is coming to that realization here, and that's why we're going to see the GG right now.
Yeah.
Taking game 2, the series going 1-1, and that's exciting, man.
Yeah, what a game, what a game. I'm actually going to have to get up and get a glass of water after that, because that was just a slobber knocker if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, don't worry, man. I'll keep the chat entertained. Hopefully everyone out there is having a good time watching right now, and want to give a big shout out to our observer, Tim. Tim has done a wonderful job, so thank you very much for observing, Tim. big shout out to him again. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good night out there tonight. These have been some pretty hype games. Series 1 was pretty sick. I think we were all probably favoring cRoSs there. I think he was the semi-favorite. And after hearing DragOn talk and how confident he was, though, me and Keen both predicted DragOn, so I think we felt more confident after that. But I think on paper, cRoSs is probably a little bit of the favorite there. So hype win for DragOn. And now with Hawk taking game 2 there, we might be seeing a second hype win there. So I'm very excited going into game 3. We're seeing Benzene. Benzene, I feel like, is definitely typically favorable for Zerg. So interesting to see BoA pick it. I know BoA loves Sarah Reaver, though, and this map is great for Sarah Reaver. So I'm expecting to see Sarah Reaver on this map from BoA.
Yeah, I just got back and I heard the last bit about Sarah Reaver, and I completely agree. Yeah, Benzene is really oppressive for Protoss if you play the standard sort of PvZ style and you make the mistake of like letting Zerg get their, get to mid game uncontested and get their 3rd and 4th base up. It's very easy defending early timings because usually Zerg only has the one choke to defend. But yeah, once Zerg gets to mid game and late game, they get really healthy economy and they can get lurkers on those high grounds in the middle of the map. It's basically impossible for Protoss to stay even on bases. But BoA and some other, Korean Protosses kind of get around that by doing Sarah Reaver, like you said. And if they get the drop behind the mineral only on the high ground there, it's really, really hard for Zerg to deal with. It's also the mains are extremely wide open as well. So there's a lot of avenues of attack for drop ships.
Yeah, so we'll have to see exactly how both players are going to play this. Do you think Hawk's going to go with a meterless opening at all?
It definitely paid off from last game, so I'd love to see it again. While we're waiting, let me actually look up who BoA is playing in BSL tomorrow.
Yeah, it'd be good if you came prepared to our stream, but if you don't want to do your homework, that's fine to do it on stream. You're just going to get an F.
Well, fine. I'll have to deal with this bitter failure, but yeah,
You can't even speak. You're so disappointed in yourself.
I'm just sitting here thinking about not only tonight, but just everything that I've done wrong in my life, Yeah.
Well, that's appropriate. Spawning in the top right as the blue Protoss, we have BoA, just losing last game, so on edge here. And spawning in the bottom left as the red Zerg, we have Hawk. On the attack, man. Will he be able to keep it up going into game 3? And I think, unlike a lot of Zergs who might be intimidated by BoA's Sarah Reaver style, I think Hawk is the type of player that might enjoy playing against this type of style and might prefer playing against it, It seems like it might fit him more.
Oh, really? Why do you say that?
It just seems like Hawk's like a very... he seems like he's the type of player that thinks very critically about the positions that he's in, and I think defending against Sarah Reaver often comes down to just making good split-second critical decisions, and I think that's something that Hawk is really good at. I mean, we already saw how well he was against the multiple shuttle drops in the last game. He was pulling his pros very quickly, and I don't see why that would change at all this game. And I think he knows he's smart, so he'll know exactly what BoA is doing. He'll expect it if BoA ends up going for that Sarah Reaver. So, yeah, I think Hawk is probably feeling pretty confident. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Hey, were you the one who casted the first foul play in a show match with me? I think you were, but
like Hawk versus BoA?
Yeah, Hawk versus BoA.
Yeah, I was there for that.
Okay, do you remember the Benzene game in that show match?
Yes. It looked good for Hawk for a while, right? And then he ended up losing it, right?
It looked good for Hawk because I think what BoA did was he actually canceled his Nexus right before
Yes.
it finished.
Yes, and then he got that insane Reaver off that got like 18 drones. Yeah. I remember
Yeah,
that.
but I think like Hawk almost thought himself into a hole that game because he actually wasn't sure what BoA was actually doing because his times were so off. And so, despite that like huge blunder by BoA, Hawk ended up losing just because he was like trying to figure out what was actually going on. Like the game didn't make any sense.
Yes, I remember that now. Yeah, and BoA, that game was able to get off an insane an insane Reaver that got off huge Scarab shots, killing tons of drones, and that was what was able to win him the game. So potentially we could see that again this game. He should be in a better position all game long because he doesn't accidentally cancel his Nexus, right? So if history repeats itself, maybe we'll just see an easy win for BoA this game. I wonder.
Yeah.
I would be actually curious to ask him after the series if he ends up winning, if that was going through his mind at all when he picked this map.
Yeah. I feel like it. I don't know. It'd have to be an insane pick to actually remember that one specific game. But yeah, I do think he's comfortable playing with that Seer Reaver style, and it's something that a lot of players I think aren't super well prepared against. I feel like it's not a very common ladder strategy, for example. So if it's something that BoA has practiced, like 200, 300 times or whatever, and something that Hawk has only played against like 10 or 20 times, then it really makes a lot of sense for BoA to pick this map, honestly, even though on paper it's very Zerg favored.
Yeah, that's totally true. It all comes down to how many times BoA's actually played this. Hawk going for that far Expo, how do you feel about that, man? That can be so dangerous against the gate opener especially.
It is. It's definitely harder to defend than the mineral only because, like I said, I mentioned earlier that there's only one choke that you really have to defend. That's if you do take your mineral only. But
that draw micro there was pretty insane. Not to cut you off, but
yeah, no, absolutely.
For so long with his drone is pretty crazy. But the probe does get in there, does get the full scout off.
Yeah. Anyway, I think Hawk does know that BoA doesn't really want to go for the standard PvZ timings, like with very very crisp like +1 zealot attacks on this map. So I think it's a good decision taking that base. I think it's still pretty long by land to defend. So even if BoA was doing that, it would still be defendable. But yeah, I think it's actually a great choice against BoA's Seer Reaver style.
Both players transitioning into the mid game pretty evenly here, though. Overall, I would say no big advantage going to either player. BoA definitely getting a nice little tech advantage in terms of his normal speed here because he was able to go with that core instead of putting the forge there for his block. So get that core out faster. Has the Corsair already going out across the map. So Corsair going to be a little bit faster than maybe Hawk is expecting. Potentially could catch Hawk a little off guard. Definitely going to get a full scout off here. Overlord popping out in the main there. So if he is able to see that Spire timing, he might be able to pick it off. We do have the Robo coming up, as Tim is pointing out there, which means we are going to be seeing that Seer Reaver style most likely.
Yeah, when you see a Robo this early, it almost always means it's going to be either a very early drop for like DTs or Zealots or something, or Seer Reaver. And given BoA's track record, I think it's pretty clear that it's going to be Seer Reaver.
Yeah, and this Corsair actually is able to get off that, or pick off that Overlord. So pretty nice there for BoA, getting that full scout, seeing exactly what's going on. Does see the Spire. So do you think, I don't know, Keen, do you think Hawk's gonna be able to stop these, like the same mistakes that happened from last game, or I mean from the last time they played on this map, or no?
I mean, I certainly think he's going to. I think he's in even better shape than he was then. So I think he definitely has a fighting chance. He is losing another Overlord to these Corsairs, but if he catches one, so that's really, really big.
Is he gonna catch the other one too? If he catches both Corsairs, that would be huge.
Oh,
BoA losing both Corsairs. That's 2 Overlords for 2 Corsairs is not worth it. And all of a sudden, the oomph out of the Seer Reaver is gone because you can't go out across the map with a slow shuttle with only 3 Corsairs, you need a big army of Corsairs defending that Reaver.
Yeah, absolutely. You need air superiority 100%. And given that Hawk is actually laying down a couple sunkens of both his natural and his third, leads me to believe that he's trying to go into this air superiority again. He is actually making Hydras, which is surprising to me. I guess maybe he suspected that it was going to be some kind of like heavy Zealot timing, which is I'm not exactly sure what gave him that impression. But yeah, still
Hawk
really
knows exactly what's going on though. He sees the Corsairs are still being made, and so Hawk's going to know exactly what he needs to do to continue, forward into this game. Yeah, I'm wondering when he'll be taking his 4th base here. How do you feel about the supplies? Are you worried at all that Hawk seems to be a little bit down in it?
well. I think the supply difference is fine, but Hawk is a little low on drones. Again, he's playing very, very defensively. I'm not exactly sure what he was expecting from BoA here.
Yeah, I'm very surprised with getting those 2 first Corsairs. I feel like Hawk should be ahead not ahead in supply, but very close, and he's down almost 30 supply. I'm a little bit worried about a timing that BoA might have. Hawk making a lot of static defense, and static defense is not how you defend against Reaver. But if he can pick up this shuttle, this would be huge. Actually, almost gets it there. I think that speed finishing just in the nick of time. He is definitely going to get it with this many. There's no way that shuttle gets away, right?
Wow. I mean, once it gets speed, it's really hard to pick off. That's a heartbreaker for Hawk, actually. And I think he's actually in a really bad position, losing all those Scourge for nothing.
Definitely tough there. The one benefit there is Hawk has no doubt about what's coming now. He knows exactly. I mean, not that he really had a question before. At least he knows 100% what's going on now. So we'll have to see how he wants to respond to it. And here it comes across the map, and if this catches you off guard and that Reaver gets some juicy Scarabs off, all of a sudden you might just lose the game.
I do think he's very well defended here, but the Hydras are moving out. I don't know if he's trying to catch the shuttle as it's flying, but he'll defend this fine anyway.
I think love having a couple Hydras out on the map here, just in case these Zers are careless flying back across the home. They might get caught out in the open there. But this Reaver finding a little path, and big shot there, taking out a juicy chunk of drones. Second Scarab gonna dud, thank God. So not the end of the world. Looks like he's gonna come in again. Hawk, is he gonna run his drones in time? Another big Scarab shot there, probably taking out 2 more.
Oh wow!
They're gonna lose the shuttle.
So 5 drones, I think, total lost. Maybe a few more from that Zealot that was dropped in the mineral line, but it definitely could have been much, much worse for Hawk.
Yeah, not the end of the world, to be honest. Totally still winnable for Hawk, but I feel like he is behind after that.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to get his natural saturated again in short order.
There's a very scary timing coming up here that Hawk is going to have to be ready for, where BoA is going to be moving across the map with a lot of Zealots and maybe a couple of Reavers and a huge army of Corsairs, and Hawk's going to have to be able to defend against that, and I'm not sure he has the army quite yet to do that, really.
Yeah, he bought himself a little bit of time sniping that. Okay, so this is exactly what you want to see against Reaver. Burrowed Hydras can be absolutely deadly. If he can have the reaction time to
catch this, yeah.
Oh my God! Please, come on!
Catch it!
Oh, so close.
He does. He gets one. He gets Reaver. Both Reavers.
Oh
there.
My God! That was absolutely amazing.
Play. All of a sudden, Hawk is back in the game. Not that he was 100% out of it, but what a decisive comeback moment right there. And all of a sudden, this attack has the big, the scary part out of it is already taken out, but this is still a lot of Zealots.
It's a ton of Zealots, dude. It's an amount
and these Hydras are out of position here. This 4th base, I think, is going to get canceled regardless.
I don't even mind it too much, though. As long as Hawk is able to defend his natural and his third, it's just a mineral only. It's not the end of the world. But if he gets these Hydras caught out and he loses them for not a great trade, then I'll be really worried about Hawk's position, honestly.
He was trying to go for a counterattack there, but it looks like his Hydras are getting caught out, and now Those are faster. I don't think he's going to be able to get him away. He loses a lot of Hydralisks there. Kind of sloppy.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's understandable. You're feeling pressure. You want to use the units that you've made to get a little bit of an advantage there, but that was just such an immense amount of Zealots, and they are faster than Hydras, like you said, so they were able to get across the map to defend and almost get a surround on the Hydras. But BoA is still, I mean, he's definitely in a good position right now. He's 30 supply up from Hawk. He's getting his mineral only, but just losing the first set of Reavers like that with only getting like 5 or 6 drone kills, and then getting the second set of Reavers just sniped like that really kind of took the wind out of his sails a little bit.
And it shows in his upgrades to the effective Sair Reaver, right? He's only +1 and it's 13 minutes into the game. That means his upgrades have been so delayed, finally just now finishing that 1-1. So, you know, Hawk is definitely 100% in this game, even though his supply is a little bit down here and his fourth base is behind BoA's fourth base. His tech is going to be much stronger. His army is going to be scaling up here much quicker than BoA's army will be.
And making connections with these stray Scourge is really good. Getting a little bit, you know, a couple pot shots off with these Hydras. Just anything that you can do to thin out these Corsairs.
Yeah, all of a sudden this Corsair army is not scary at all. Look at how many Lurkers this is. There is no way. Although if they all group like that, we get big storms here. That's scary for sure. He needs to split these Lurkers up. Thank God for him that was only one Lurker that got hit by that big storm right there. And I don't think there's any chance for BoA to break through here. He's still going to try. He's trying to bust through. But look at how many Hydralisks there are here.
Oh, juicy storms though. And it's still not a great spread for the Lurkers. I'm a little worried here. It does look like
all the Zealots melting away, I feel like, and I think the Hydralisks should be enough to come back and save this base, and I think all the High Templar are going to get picked off, and yeah, Hawk all of a sudden swinging this back into his favor. Some High Templar are not even using all their storms. That's a little bit sloppy from BoA there. And now all of a sudden it looks like Hawk in a really good position here. He's going to be able to get this fourth base mining and probably just take a fifth base right behind it. And his, like I said, his army is the one that's scaling better here because his upgrades are going to be so much better than BoA's.
Yeah, Hawk finally at +2. BoA hasn't even gotten +2 weapons yet. He's still on +2 or +1 armor rather. And just losing that huge army, losing all those High Templar, losing all those Dragoons. Oh, that was an absolutely that was a brutal storm, dude. Holy
but it doesn't matter because Hawk's still just pushing forward here. BoA's army doesn't have that backbone, the big ball of units that it needs to be able to contest against these small groups of Hydralisks. And so he's just getting units picked off left and right here. Even though that Templar got 7 kills, it's still a dead Templar and a couple of units picked off on the retreat there. So it turns out to be a pretty even trade overall for Hawk.
Yeah, 100%. Hawk is still down in supply a little bit. BoA is getting his fourth base up. He'll finally get his third gas, which will definitely help him stay alive in this game. But yeah, I would expect, I mean, Hawk is just macroing like a monster. The one thing I do like about him being kind of like slow and patient with his bases is even though, you know, we might want to see a fifth and a sixth base going up right now, he always makes sure that he really defends well. And now this fifth base is going to be going up in, you know, around 6 o'clock, and there's no way that BoA is going to break that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about these speed shuttles coming into main base here right now, as we're going to see. No, actually, it's going to try to bust his fifth base here, but this is a lot of units up here. This is going to be really tough to bust going up the ramp here. And Hawk might be able to surround this army if he wants to.
I'm actually shocked that BoA is trying to walk up with his army here. I don't know if he underestimated the amount of army that Hawk had there, but that was absolutely the wrong choice.
Reaver doing a lot of damage, but not enough to bust up this ramp, that's for sure. That is a tight choke to be able to bust up.
And BoA's army is just looking kind of weak right now, honestly.
Yeah, it looks very small, and you can see his supply advantage is not a lot. And remember, earlier we were talking about like a 30 supply advantage, which was pretty favorable for BoA. All of a sudden it's down to 10, and Hawk's getting up his fourth base. Looks like he's going to be able to get up his fifth base. And even though BoA's getting up his fourth base, you know, his army still has not reached that scary Protoss army where it can just, you know, really fight a big ball of Zerg. And I'm a little bit worried that he's just
BoA is
gonna
going
over.
in here. BoA is just going right in. He's feeling the pressure. He feels like he needs to really, really get something accomplished here. I mean, his natural are going to be mined out soon. His min only is going to be mined out soon. So he really, really needs to get something accomplished with this. But if
He might be able to do it. These Reavers getting maximum amount of value, still not going down. 13 kills on one of the Reavers. And all the lurkers are cleaned up here. Hawk sending all his reinforcements from his fourth base. From his fifth base there. These reinforcements, I think, should save the day once they get there. Will they get there in time? They are getting there right now. Shuttle goes down, and there's no way he can save these Reavers now. And look at this surround. Just mopping up the entire army. Perfect surround. Very clean. And there goes BoA's entire army, and there goes his supply advantage. They're even now at Hawk taking a very slight lead.
I mean, I don't know if I would call that slight. BoA is on like 1.5 bases money right now. He's going to be struggling to get 12 up. And I mean, he actually got a pretty good trade with that initial, attack. But then once the Hydras just collapsed from every direction, it just evaporated. And now, I mean, these storms are really good. I'll be honest.
Really good, but he is losing a lot of high tempo in the middle of the field, and I'm not sure that's gas he has that he can replace right now with how limited his resources are. Meanwhile, Hawk has resources for days. He's getting out more bases right now. He's not been limited at all. So I'm not sure how BoA is going to continue in this game. Look at Hawk's bank, man. He's loaded.
Yeah, and he has more and more income coming in. This is a 5 base Zerg against a 1.5 base Protoss.
I'm so surprised we haven't seen more speed shuttle drops from BoA. That's his playstyle so often, and this map is so strong for that, right? Instead, he tried to bust up the 5th base right there, up that tight ramp. Why didn't he just send that shuttle into the main with the 2 Reavers and try to get some damage done in the main? That's what I thought he was going to do.
I mean,
I'm a little surprised by his decision making, and he tried to bust right. He's just going straight for the frontal attacks, which is usually not his style. It feels like.
I agree completely with you about the shuttle harassment, but I mean, we already saw Hawk deal with it very, very well this game alone. So maybe BoA is just a little afraid. I mean, he's seen how much Scourge Hawk makes. He knows that Hawk doesn't take the harassment lightly. He'll do whatever it takes to thin out the Corsairs, do whatever it takes to defend the shuttles. So BoA knows that he's in kind of a tough spot economy-wise. And so I think he's just feeling the pressure. Maybe he's a little intimidated.
Definitely possible. Once again, we get to that position in the game where even though Hawk's got the advantage, now he has to turn that advantage into an actual victory here. If BoA's able to turn this into a split map position, all of a sudden it falls back into BoA's favor because Protoss is always going to be more efficient. So, I mean, what do you think Hawk should do to try and kill this game? And this shuttle barely eking by. It's going to be able to get all the drones in this space potentially. Once again, Hawk's reaction times this series so insane, dodging most of the storm at least. I mean, pretty decent right there. Losing quite a few drones, maybe 7 or 8 drones total. But for a shuttle and 2 storms, not that bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And BoA still isn't, even close to being comfortable economically speaking. So I really don't know if that was worth it. I mean, but that is a step in the right direction for sure. It'll be interesting how BoA deals with this. He is collapsing onto this from multiple directions. We're kind of just giving up his position for nothing.
These lurker shots have been insane. Look at the Zealots melt. I know they were kind of clumps, so they got hit by the Storm Sayer pretty effectively, but while they were there, they were getting massive amounts of damage done. And BoA still reclaiming this high ground, so we're going to be able to get this base up. So once again, we have to ask ourselves, what's Hawk's plan to end this game? He can't let it get to a split map position here. It looks like this base might get canceled here. BoA needs to be careful not to overextend though, because the minute Hawk comes down on this army in 4th, I think he definitely has enough to mop it up.
Yeah, I think BoA is still on a timer here. He doesn't have any pros mining at 12 o'clock.
And look at this. This army, it's so precarious in this position, man. I'm so worried about it getting cleaned up completely. There's so many units coming over from Hawk. It looks like an endless swarm of red on the mini-map there. And he's trying to pick up this map, but I think this is going to result in him, or this hatchery, I think it's going to result in him losing this entire army here.
Yeah, I think this is sort of like BoA's last hurrah, honestly. Once he loses this, he really doesn't have I mean, 4 cannons at that 12 o'clock base is not going to do anything
No.
against a swarm of cracklings coming in to just ravage it.
There is something going down at 6 o'clock there. It looks like another storm drop, but not getting too much. And honestly, these storm drops, even though they're getting drones and they're definitely effective and worth it, they're not going to be something that wins you the game when you don't have anything else going for you. One storm drop isn't enough to win you the game. You need an economy behind that. And BoA has just been struggling to get that going for him all game long, man.
Yeah, so it seems like BoA, he's realizing exactly what you were saying. He's going back to his bread and butter of just trying to harass, just to claw his way back into this game. But honestly, I think it's a little too late. It is really good. He's going to maybe clear these drones yet again for the 3rd time, but running straight into Hydras. Oh my god. Okay, that's absolutely devastating. That's like... Yeah,
Losing that shuttle,
really
yeah,
tough to
that's
see.
pretty
He's going in
rough.
again with another shuttle, maybe? Or... Oh, never mind. Whatever it is at the bottom just got picked off.
I thought we were going to see a plague there. Maybe he lost vision, or maybe it's not researched quite yet. He does have enough energy for it, so any second here, we're probably going to see plagues on BoA's army, and that's really the killer for Zerg here. But we do need to be a little bit... the killer for Protoss here, but we do need to be a little bit careful for Hawk's position, because he is starting to mine out. We can see 3rd base, the main, and the natural all out of minerals here. And that mineral only is lower minerals, if we remember that. So he needs to be careful not to mine out completely and end up, giving the game to BoA here if he's not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely want to be mining on 3 bases at all times. So it is a bit of a tough position for Hawk for sure.
He is going to see that. Once again, he's going to see the speed shuttle moving across the map there. But he's focused on this attack in his base. So many big plagues going up. This army is going to be so weak. And Zealots are already so bad against Zerg late game armies. But this speed shuttle is going to probably get a couple of drones here. He's going to run his drones away. Good reaction time.
Wow.
Series long by Hawk. So effective at keeping his drones alive. And yeah, I don't know, man.
That was such a great transfer. That was absolutely perfect. He lost no drones from that.
Even though Hawk is running out of resources, BoA is also running out of resources. And I think Hawk is going to be able to use his resources much more effectively at the end of this game than BoA will. And I think that 6 o'clock base is going to be much easier for Hawk to take, surprisingly, because he's just going to be able to swing all his defenses down from that high ground base and just swing them over. A couple of lurkers down there across the bridges, and there's no way BoA's ever going to break that. But it looks like he's going to try to take this high ground first, sending his lurkers. These Zealots are already so softened up that look at how quickly they melt to the lurkers there, and no storms behind there means there's no chance he can hold this high ground. And now all of a sudden BoA looking like he might just be broken through.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, what a scarab shot. Getting all...
Absolutely amazing scarab shot. And having Reavers mixed in here is great, but really BoA's unit composition isn't really ideal here. Having all these Zealots at this stage of the game is really not what you want to have. But he's been so gas-starved this whole time that he hasn't been able to make enough High Templar to really get a strong Archon backbone for his army. So any time now when Hawk is able to really... If he chooses to play more offensively with all of his lurkers, I think if he sets up on that high ground outside of 12 o'clock, there'll be basically nothing that BoA can do to keep that base. We just see these cracklings are getting great trades with these.
Yeah, and you can see he's starting to overwhelm, right? He's just starting to be able to swarm and completely overwhelm BoA's position here. And once this happens, I don't think we're going to see BoA stick around in this game too much longer. This is it's starting to look completely hopeless.
I mean, really good storms by BoA, and he does have Reavers on the high ground at 12, so it is going to be quite difficult to finally break that, but, I mean, yeah, I really do think BoA's on a timer here, and Hawk is taking 6 o'clock. He will be able to get that up and mining very quickly, and BoA's feeling pressure on multiple fronts now. His natural and his mineral only are in danger of getting overran.
And just look at how oppressive Hawk's vision is. Look at how much of the map he sees at all times. You can literally just constantly see where BoA's army is. He knows what's going on at all points. He knows nothing's on his side. He knows what's threatening him, And meanwhile, BoA is just confined to what he has left mining. He's got a couple of Reavers that can barely hold this base here, and his natural and third base are completely mined out. Fourth base mining out soon, and he's running out of resources, and he has no hope of pushing out into the map again.
He looks like he's going to go for a little bit of a doom drop with these 3 okay, never mind. He's linking up. I totally miscalled that. Yeah, he's going to link those up with his main army and just hold his front here. Probably the better choice rather than trying to throw them away for a few drones.
Yeah, but he is still probably going to try and get some push done here with these Reavers. 4 Reavers, that is a scary amount of Reavers, but when there's such an overwhelming amount of Zerg forces, you expect them to just be able to jump on top of this army here. But it's always tough to micro against this many Reavers, and you can see them slowly pushing forward here. Hawk trying to get his whole army ready to get another huge surround off. Hawk has been so effective with these surrounds. And here we can see him coming in from the top, from the sides. We'll have to see if these other lurkers come in. More lurkers burrowing on top of this army. Reavers melting here. Zealots won't stand long against lurkers, and all the Reavers gone, and the whole army just melts there once again. Another beautiful surround. Is Hawk just the master of that, dude? That's insane.
I mean,
we've done that so many times, and it's been picture perfect, like cinematic.
It feels so
surrounds,
so fucking good as a Zerg player to see that, dude. I can't emphasize it enough. It's the most satisfying thing in the world as a Zerg player when you get surround like that. But we just see Hawk is just in such a good position, in terms of the positioning on the map. I mean, he has bases at the top, at the bottom, like you said. It's very easy to defend that 6 o'clock. He just swings his lurkers down there, and then he's just perfectly set up all of his rallies, going from the middle of the map, going from his base at 11, going from his base at the bottom at 6 o'clock. There's just there's no place that BoA can go where he's able to actually not get surrounded like that. Absolutely, really, really amazing play from Hawk here.
Yeah, BoA just trying desperation snores here. He literally has only Templar here, though, so the minute Hawk realizes that and decides to just send some units in to kill these Templar, they're gonna all melt in a second. He's out of resources. His bottom right base is mined out. He's literally only mining on 1 base. Hawk has all the remaining resources on the map. He has a massive supply advantage. I think Hawk has this game.
Yeah.
And that means Hawk is going to go up 2-1, Keen. That is huge.
Yeah, I'm so happy right now, dude. I mean, of course we can't count BoA out. There's maybe a chance for him to come back, but like we said, I feel like we sound like broken records a little bit. But he's on 1 base against 3 mining bases for Hawk. And yeah, just even with BoA types out. GG. Hawk is 2-0, dude. 2-1, sorry. 1 more game and Hawk can take it. I'm just
too excited there, Keen.
I'm just a little too excited, right? What can I say?
I mean, Hawk is. I don't think we can undersell how much Hawk is probably the underdog here. BoA is literally in BSL round of 8. He is a huge favorite here. He is the titan of the NA scene, who many people believe is the best Protoss in the NA scene. And right now Hawk's got a 2-1 lead on him, and it looks like he might be able to take the series. It's pretty crazy.
And not just the best Protoss in the North American scene, but literally one of the best Protosses outside of Korea. I mean, the guy is just a beast.
Yeah. I mean, well, if you're one of the best players in the NA scene, you're one of the best players outside of Korea. I think that.
Oh yeah. I mean. Yeah. Okay, of course. I mean, right. I'm just just making things very clear for everyone in case they were uncertain.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree completely, though. I mean, North America is obviously the best region.
How you could be uncertain about that? It's pretty obvious. So, yeah. But I appreciate it. I also one other thing I wanted to say is I saw that Terror actually hosted us last game. So thank you, Terror, for the host. We appreciate that. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, man.
Oh yeah, dude, awesome. And Terror is actually playing BoA in BSL. He's the round of 8 opponent. So maybe he's getting a little intel on BoA here himself. I mean, it's not the same matchup, but
Yeah, I'm sure Terra's taking notes right now, learning BoA's timing. We might even see a Sneak attack from Terra if he decides to play Zerg. We'll know.
That's true. He'll know.
Analogy learned.
He'll know the weaknesses.
Yeah. So that's always possible, dude.
Absolutely, absolutely. Anyway,
But
thank you so much.
thanks a bunch, Tara, for the host. We really appreciate it, man. But
Anyway,
yeah, spawning in the bottom left.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, dude. That's
Oh,
great.
okay.
You want the spotlight?
I
on
want
you
the spotlight.
all the time,
I'm
man.
just a glutton
No,
for
it's fine,
attention,
dude.
dude.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Go ahead.
Like I said,
Go
once
ahead,
I've gotten a little bit of that, I just can't get enough of it.
Yeah.
Fourth game of the series on Polypoid. We have Hawk up 2-1 right now. Red Zerg in bottom left, and our dark gray Protoss BoA in top left.
Yeah, and we have to remember the last map was Bo's pick, so now he's going with a much more standard Polypoid. Do you think he's feeling the heat at all right now? Do you think he's worried?
I mean, dude, if he's not worried, then he's just a cold-blooded killer. I mean, how can he not be worried when it's like your tournament life on the line here? It's one more game and you're out.
Yeah, he said he was confident in the pre-match interview, so, if he does have those nerves of steel, he should still feel confident, even though he's taken a couple of nasty losses so far.
I will say that, BoA, he always sounds so cheerful and so positive in his interviews. So, like, I honestly can't tell if he, actually does get nervous in these situations. Maybe he is just like really nerves of steel sort of guy,
Yeah, we'll have to see. And Hawk going with the 11 hatch. Such a strong opener against this gate FE, so I definitely like Hawk's position so far going into this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a huge fan of 11 hatch. I don't always do it myself because sometimes, you get into little strange positions if you don't, if they go forge fast expand and they scout you first, it's hard to get the hatchery down sometimes. But definitely if everything pans out correctly and they go gate fast expand and you get your hatchery down and your pool down right when you want it to get down, it feels so great.
What's the advantage of 11 hatch for people that don't know, Keen?
Oh, so it's meant to get your lings out just a little bit faster. So around when the zealot would be hitting your main, or shortly thereafter, your lings will be popping. Whereas if you were doing 12 hatch, the lings will be that much slower. So the zealot will have like a few more seconds to sort of wail on your drones.
And it really goes to show you just how much, every mineral counts in the early game of StarCraft. Hawk going to be very happy that hatchery gets down just in time there. And we're going to have to see if these Zerglings get out. Zealot right there. Going to get one shot off here. Hawk was so clean the first time holding this, but this time the Zealot already getting in there, getting so much damage done. These Zerglings must be late. They're so late. And getting so much damage on the Zealots. The drones there. Only one going down so far. That probe did chase after another, potentially getting one. Now the Zerglings are out. They're going to be able to stop this first Zealot. And here they come with another Zealot and probe combo here. But this Zealot getting caught at the gas and getting
That's such a great clutch movement with the drone there.
We can see that probe doesn't have a kill, so I don't think it was actually able to chase down that second drone. So I think Hawk only losing one drone in that exchange. Very nice.
Yeah, it's never ideal to lose a drone at all, but one drone definitely isn't the end of the world. That was really well microed by Hawk there.
Especially one drone when you get away with an 11 hatch, you're feeling pretty good about that as Zerg most of the time.
Yeah, 100%. Your second hatch is going to be up so much quicker. You're going to have that extra larva advantage. It's really nice. And Bo recognizes this. He's just playing defensively now, going for the early gas and early nexus. So his crazy Zelda aggression from the first game, for example, is pretty much out of the question right now.
Game's going to transition into a pretty typical mid game here. Overall, looks like Hawk going for the early Hydra aggression. Is this the first time we've seen him do that in the series? I feel like it is.
Yeah, I haven't really seen 3-hatch Hydra from Hawk very often. Obviously we've saw it a ton from cRoSs earlier. I've seen Striker doing it a lot recently, but I don't know if I've seen Hawk doing it all, even on stream. Maybe it's like a little bit of a pocket build here. I'm hoping he can honestly catch BoA off guard here. But
What?
it is always it's a very standard response to Gate FE to follow up with 3-dash Hydra. So I'm sure BoA has played against it a million times, and I'm sure he'll know how to play against it.
These are going to be pretty fast Hydras here. I think they might get to cross the map before BoA's Corsair has any chance of scouting them. But he does have a huge amount of Zealots here, and these Zealots are going to do a really good job of defending his cannon until he can get more cannons up.
I actually find it so interesting, too, that BoA is taking that forward position with those Zealots. I think it's pretty clear that he wants to do a little bit of a move out here early, but I don't actually... Wow, this is strange.
Well, one thing we have to remember is that in that DragOn versus CrOSs game we just saw on the clips, DragOn got in a little bit of trouble when all his Zealots were caught behind the wall and they couldn't get out and fight against the Hydralisk. So maybe that's just something that BoA wants to be a little bit more careful of. And that's why he's keeping the Zealots here on the outside of his wall.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Based on my own personal history, I'm just thinking of it from a Ling All-In perspective. But if those Zealots were all exposed to a Ling All-In, then it'd be very, very juicy for Hawk there. But BoA is just making the second cannon already. He's playing very safely here.
Did any of these Hydralisks get scouted, Pat? I don't believe any of them have.
No, Hawk being very clever with his
move out here. Now finally going to get scouted. That's going to signal BoA that he needs more cannons, but with only 2 cannons now, it is a little bit dicey. Like I said, he does have a lot of time because of the amount of Zealots that he has, but Hydralisk can melt Zealots pretty quickly here, and this is a big...
That's a lot of links, too.
And Hydralisk coming up here. This could be a quick 3-1 here if Hawk is able to break through. I'm a little bit worried for BoA here.
I mean, yeah, he's going to make short order of these Zealots. All those lanes are such a good buffer for all those Zealots, and now they're stuck right behind the wall like you were warning about earlier. I honestly think this is really good for Hawk, and BoA recognizing with that drone pool, but that wasn't totally wrong position for him. If these, the third cannon getting up is really good, but 3 cannons is not enough for all these Hydras.
It all depends upon how all-in Hawk decides to go here. I don't see... He is heavy. We can see on the minimap more Hydra is already coming across the map. That second cannon so close to going down. A little bit of a micro mistake if he had just stayed 1/2 second longer, then he would have been able to pick it off. But still, BoA in such a precarious situation here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold here. Hawk can dart in and pick off his other morphine cannon in a second if he wants to.
Yeah, I think that this is absolutely an all-in situation for Hawk. I think he can definitely win here with just Hydras.
Still so close here. Getting that gateway that's going to give Hawk all the more surface area to get his Hydralisk in to pick off cannons. But BoA, he's not taking this lightly. He knows how dangerous this is. He does have a lot of cannons morphing here. Second cannon going to go down here in just a second. But 2 more cannons morphing in the back there.
They're so far back, though. They're so far back.
They are so far back, giving Hawk so much room to micro here. If that pylon's the only pylon defending them too, it might get picked off, which would leave all these cannons empowered if Hawk notices that.
I mean, yeah, Hawk is being very careful. These probes can be deadly if they get enough of this round. But
so many probes going down, though. BoA taking a supply disadvantage here. He might barely hold, but at what cost at this point? His storm might finally be done. Big storm there. And I think that storm is going to put an end to this assault here. But BoA taking huge economic damage there. And Hawk, he's able to transition so easily out of this.
I still think if he just keeps up the aggression, he can actually... I mean, at the very least, he can hold it. He can kill this Forge. Right.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Oh, another good storm now. But yeah, he's not going to let... At the very least, he's not going to let that Forge survive. But I honestly, I still think...
So it's not a huge deal if that Forge dies. But BoA in just such a rough position here. And Hawk, he has the freedom to do whatever he wants now. And it looks like he is still going to go in for the attack here.
I mean, yeah, BoA is still on the ropes. He has 1 High Templar, presumably with enough energy, but if Hawk keeps up the aggression, he can at least bait out another storm. Maybe even if he doesn't want to break BoA completely here. He knows he still has a huge advantage. if he does choose to transition into an economic, follow-up, he is going to need to take another gas expansion very soon here. A little bit of damage from a storm there kind of hurts. But, I mean, Hawk is still kind of low on drones at his natural and his main. But BoA is also very, very low on probes, as Tim was pointing out, in his natural. He needs to transfer some from his main, honestly, but he's under such pressure, it's very understandable that that's not, like, on the top of his priority list.
Yeah. It's tough to pay attention to all those tiny things. That's what makes StarCraft such a complicated game. But he's still, regardless of that, in a good position here. He's going to be able to get up a 4th base really securely here. And you can see BoA's natural, he still doesn't really even have that healthy of a probe count, you know? So Hawk, I think, going to feel very comfortable going into the mid game here.
100%. He's getting his 6th hatchery now. He has his Evo up. He's going into the lair. I expect to see a 4th, so he can get his 3rd gas up anytime now. And he is just, showing his Hydra army just a little bit here and there, just to keep the fear of God into BoA. Constantly make him have his trigger hand on those High Templar ready to store him.
BoA still struggling to even get up a super strong amount of gateways. I think he's sitting on 5 now. So yeah, not a huge, scary amount of gateways. Not a big army that he's going to be forcing out here. I think Hawk should be able to hold this. Getting supply block, though, that could be a little bit scary. If BoA doesn't give him any time to get that supply block solved here, it could end up resulting in a devastating attack here. Getting out a couple of Hydralisks, but this army's moving across the map very quickly.
There's always this awkward timing for Zerg when you're trying to transition out of just pure aggression from 3-Hatch Hydra, where like Protoss, they'll be making their army consistently that entire time just out of necessity. But when you start making drones to transition into a macro game, you're not going to be making any army at all. And we're seeing Hawk in a questionable position because of that.
And here it comes, this army rolling through. These Templar getting all the way across the map with so many storms still available to them. How are you ever going to get this high ground back for your Hydralisks? They're just going to melt here. Oh. Are we going to see these storms though? They don't go off quite as quickly as I was hoping.
Great
still
storm.
Just enough to get everything done there. Thankfully, Hawk picking off all the High Templar before they can morph into Archons. It's going to help him a little bit later if he can manage to clean up the Zealots. Still so many Zealots roaming around his position. But I don't think those storms were enough. I think Hawk is going to hold here.
Yeah, it does look like Hawk is going to hold. This is still a lot of Zealot streaming, and reinforcements are just rallying.
Reinforcements, maybe I was mistaken there. All of a sudden, it is looking dicey again. The drones getting cleaned up at the 3rd base mineral line, and no hatchery at his 4th base. I think BoA, this attack, so decisive, might be able to crush right through.
Yeah, Hawk is cleaning up now, but his 3rd was stopped from mining for quite a while, and like you pointed out, still no 4th hatchery to speak of, or 4th base for his 3rd gas, rather. And yeah, this is, he is making lurkers now, I believe. Maybe I missaw that, but a drop coming into the main here, and Hawk is just not prepared at all. So this could be the final nail in his coffin here. 1 DT, no overlords. It could potentially kill his entire main mineral line.
And I love this double attack here. Sending the Zealots and distracting Hawk. Meanwhile, the DT already getting in there, killing so many drones, and he's going to clean up this whole mineral line before Hawk notices.
Really, really sad to see. Hawk finally realizes, but that's already 8 kills on the DT, and this is already such a close game. I think that might have done it. If BoA can hit a really strong 2-base timing here, which he absolutely should be, Hawk has no recourse. He has to drone his main back up now, and he still has no 4th to speak of.
Yeah, but he did just get a huge wave of drones out. Maybe able to get the shuttle too. BoA trying to save the DT, almost losing the shuttle in the process, but does manage to get the shuttle away in the end there, so that's pretty good for him. And it's not over yet for Hawk, because BoA is basically mined out in his main. His main is mined out almost, and he doesn't have a 3rd base at all, so BoA is still in kind of an all-in position, and Hawk was just able to get away with a big wave of drones. If he can hold this next push, then maybe he has a chance of winning this game still.
Yeah, Hawk is by no means completely out of the game. It's a really tough position because Protoss on 2 bases is still just absolutely deadly. I haven't been keeping up with the army upgrades from BoA. He's okay, 1-1. So Hawk is still on 1 range upgrade. So Hawk is definitely under pressure right now. Once he gets the +2 weapons, he'll be feeling a little bit better. But yeah, with these lurkers, that is a very, very zealot-centric army from BoA. And if he can pick off an Observer or 2 and pick off these High Templar, if they don't get Great Storms, picking off 2 High Templar there, very, very good.
It's exactly what Hawk had in mind, getting 2 of them so nicely there, man. Such a smooth attack.
And
And it's so frustrating as Protoss to have your High Templar picked off that way. It just feels unfair.
Yeah, well, you know what else feels unfair is just macroing off of 4 bases and then having Protoss ram their 2-base army into your 3rd and you die anyway.
Well, that's not an issue this game, Keen, so why are you bringing it up?
Whatever, let's just pretend that's water under the bridge. Anyway, despite the fact that Hawk is just now getting his 4th going, they're... Okay, well, let's see how this goes. Let's see the 2-base, the power of 2-base.
Right now, here come... he only has 1 High Templar by the looks of it, though. That's definitely not going to be enough storms against this big of a Hydra army. Even with 2 good storms there. And maybe he can get enough units in here into the natural to cause some chaos. This whole army looks like it's going to get cleaned up here. Look at this arch on this Hydraless army. Just barreling through, melting the Dragoons here.
Wow,
and
yeah,
this is all of a sudden looks like maybe BoA overextended. I don't know, he was definitely under pressure, but maybe he jumped the gun here, just getting that 3rd base up now, sacrificing his entire army, not really getting much done with it.
These zealots in the main are okay for, you know, just as a time saver, just trying to buy time by any means necessary, right? He's going to pick up this pool, but you know, he can't really pick up anything else, and Hawk isn't even really making that many lings right now. He's still on lair tech, so it's going to be quite a while until he wants to get cracked.
Yeah, this is not super late game where that pool getting picked off is crippling for Zerg. This is very early on. And losing that pool, no big deal. I'm making Hydras, I'm making Lurkers. Like, that's what I'm going to continue making for the time being.
And they're even on supply right now.
Yeah, and they're even on supply. And getting it. Does see that he does see that shuttle already on the minimap. He's been so good on his reaction time.
Did he see it or did he miss it?
It looks like he missed it, but he's given it an opportunity again. Now he's definitely going to see it there.
But I mean, BoA is so good about attacking 2 places at once. Whenever he tries to drop, he always has his army going somewhere else. And decent storms, but okay, a couple whiffs there. Honestly, I don't know. I think. I don't think that was it. I think this is absolutely stellar for Hawk.
Yeah, this is looking very, very scary for BoA. He's in sort of spiraling out of control. This game is. He's losing his entire army again, and these storms are good, but they're not enough there. And his entire army gets melted. And now all of a sudden he's taking a massive supply disadvantage here. He does have that 12 o'clock base going up. He can get up to 4 bases again. Well, I guess 3 mining bases. It's pretty good for him. But Hawk, you know, I don't think Hawk has any intentions of ever letting that base get up. He's already surrounding this army. And BoA doesn't even have an army that can reinforce and defend it. He potentially might even lose his 3rd base here.
Hydra's just streaming across the map. Hawk smells blood in the water. He took his lurkers there. He's going all out now. He knows that he has BoA on the ropes. He's killing this mineral only. There's no way that 12 o'clock is going to get set up. This is absolutely just exactly what Hawk wanted to do.
And Hawk just crushing through the 3rd base there. That base is gone in seconds. And I think BoA's chances of winning this game are also gone now. Yeah, his army's gone. He's cut off from any more bases. And he's running out of resources. It's over for him, man.
Dude, yeah, this was so well played by Hawk. I honestly thought he was just dead after his kind of slow transition from 3-hatch Hydra, but he played this perfectly.
What a comeback, man. There was definitely some very scary moments in this game, but he has it completely under control here. BoA unable to bust out of his natural here. His armies are completely disconnected, and he's going to get this 12 o'clock base, which isn't even mining, so it's not really, you know, very beneficial for BoA other than the prospect of eventually getting it up and running. You know, it's not doing anything for him right now. but it's going to get denied regardless, because that's a huge army up there just killing it right now, and there's no way that BoA can ever get an army out to reinforce it.
Yeah, dude, it's only a matter of time until we see BoA tap out, and it's clear Hawk is taking the series. He just played out of his mind, dude. BoA taps out right there.
GG right there, yeah.
3-1 for Hawk, dude. That was a pleasure to fucking watch. That was so sick.
Yeah, Hawk really playing out of his mind this series, showing that he is, force to be reckoned with in the NA scene. And yeah, he's here to fucking win this tournament, man.
I mean, honestly, the way he played tonight, I think he's the clear favorite going into the finals.
Seriously?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a little biased because I'm a Zerg, right? But dude, Hawk just played out of his fucking mind. Absolutely incredible. Really, I mean, if anyone wants to learn how to fucking play ZVP, dude, watch this series.
Yeah, Hawk played really well for sure. But I also thought DragOn played really well, so I don't know if we could ask for a better third and fourth place match or a better finals match, because both of these matches are going to be insane coming up here. And I think we're going to have Hawk in here for an interview, for a winner's interview any second. But yeah, man, that series was such a treat to watch.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I can't wait to get Hawk in here for the interview.
Yeah, how hard are you going to fanboy over him? Because it sounds like you're going to be fanboying super hard.
Well, I don't think I can fanboy any harder than I already am. I mean, I just no comment. I'll just this is a PG-13 stream, okay? I gotta keep it professional here.
And we all appreciate that, Keen. And I think joining us just now, we do have Hawk. Hawk, man, big congratulations. You played absolutely insane. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so good.
Fucking dude. I'm feeling so good too. Congratulations, man. That was a fucking just insane series. But yeah, sorry, go on, just.
I was just gonna say, every game seemed like you were playing confidently. When did you start to just feel like you had this series in the bag? When were you confident that you were gonna take it?
I tried really hard just to focus on each game alone, and just whatever I can focus on to do, and just not mess up, or at least mess up as little as possible. So really it was just all in the moment. And my idea was, if I'm patient, then opportunities will come to me and I can win off of those. That's all I was thinking, was just do as best as I can, whatever I can do, and keep on looking out for opportunities.
I think during series, something that I noticed consistently is that you took a later fourth base. Is that something that you were worried about at all during the series? Are you confident about that timing? Or is that...
Hey, let me just say this. I hate NA Prodosses. I hate EU Prodosses. I hate NA Prodosses. They don't have the fear of the meta in them. And so they walk around the map with this giant army because they don't make enough sayers, because no one practices enough Muta Micro in the foreign scene to abuse it. And so part of why each game I had a later fourth is, if I'm going to practice, I want to make sure that I'm practicing my Muta. And at least, that's why the first 3 games I went like +1 Carapace. I want them to be scared of Muta. And if they're not scared of Muta, I don't think the matchup is fair. And so the later fourth was a part of that. And the build is just, get some Muta, get some Scourge, and really make them scared enough to actually invest in sayers. But so that's why.
You definitely embodied spirit in game 2 on Ringing Bloom, dude. I was honestly surprised when you picked Ringing Bloom. I know you've had really good performances on that map in the past, but I consider Ringing Bloom to be pretty tough for Zerg and against Protoss, especially after they added that third gas. But you had incredible value out of your mutas. You forced Archons, you forced Dark Archons, you forced extra Sayers, and you still crippled his economy with your metas. So was that obviously that's just something that you've been planning from the very start, right?
Because Dark Archon doesn't actually work. It kind of does, but it sucks. Same with Storm. The only reason these things work is because no one is able to practice enough to get consistent with abusing it and hitting at the timing where it's weak, and also just one mistake and you lose. But if you don't mess up, Dark Archon sucks. Storm sucks against meta. The only thing they can do is spam Sayers, and I don't know. Just my thought process is, if I can just get him to do that, then I'm fine with playing any game that they want to play in the matchup.
We have to congratulate you then and give you props for sticking with your game plan, and like you said, really sticking with each game in and of itself rather than reflecting on the last game, because that game 1 on Eclipse was absolutely devastating. BoA got just the best Maelstrom possible, and he split his 2 Archons there. They just obliterated your mutas immediately. And being able to just have that willpower to continue on with your game plan is really, the mark of a good competitor, in my opinion. So,
well, I thank you for that. Eclipse could have been very demoralizing because my meta timing was delayed due to how much damage the speed lots did. And like I was saying, only one mistake and Dark Archon becomes OP against meta. And that one mistake was just, I didn't catch the Zealot move out, and then also the second Devo to wall was late, so he just auto killed it. And then suddenly he's given 30 seconds or more extra, and that's enough to get out Maelstrom. And and then when that happens, Dark Archon becomes pretty amazing. So
definitely. Game 4, just were you planning on pulling out 3-hatch the entire? I assume it was something that you practiced, but I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like it's not like your normal kind of bread and butter pulling out 3-hatch. Was that something you prepared specifically for the series, or it's just something that you've been practicing for a while?
I don't have much practice 973. I don't usually do it, but in this case, polyploid vertical positions I don't think is fair in Zerg versus Protoss, and you can't really play it out late game. You have to take the mineral only, and then Protoss has a beeline to your base, and also it covers both their 4 base. It's so bad, and so I killed the probe, and I thought I would do some type of timing attack, and I figured, well, probe's already dead, may as well 973. But he defended it really well. I thought I had that one much earlier, and I was actually amazed at that he was able to defend with the limited cannons and getting up Storm and all of that. That was probably some miscontrol on my part, but that was still just really good defense.
Yeah, I was actually shocked that he was able to stay in the game. I thought you had 100% won. I was getting ready to call the game at 7 or 8 minutes there, just because your Hydras were doing so much work. I thought he was 100% dead, and I was super worried because of your economic transition after that. How are you feeling after the initial Hydra bust kind of failed there or fizzled out?
I was okay when it fizzled out because I made a ton of drones. I was a little bit worried when I saw how big his army was, because I don't know the exact timing to stop making drones. But again, I just thought, whatever, if I overdroned, I overdroned. Let's just focus on controlling my Hydras. And I think except for the DT, which should have ended the game, but except for that portion, I thought my control was pretty good throughout the attacks and the fights. And again, it's just that was my opportunity, and I just focused on taking advantage of it.
I have 2 more specific questions for you, Hawk. In the Ringing Bloom game, we see you take your natural at the forward base. What's the thought process behind that? What's the advantage versus taking the protected natural inside your base?
Yeah, technically it might be slightly better. I mean, who knows? It's just technically, if you take the outside base first, then there's a higher risk or higher threat of speedlings, all-ins, or maybe Hydra attacks, because you get that larva from that hatchery faster than the inner one, and it's closer to the Protoss base. So that's the idea behind it. Honestly, I've been doing both. I don't know if it makes much of a difference because I almost never all in on that map anyway, but that's the idea behind it.
Okay, that makes sense to me. My other question for you is in the Polypoid game. When I think this is probably a problem that a lot of Zerg players struggle with. What made you decide to transition from, okay, I'm gonna bust them with my Hydralisk into, okay, it's time to switch to drones? You know, I feel like a lot of Zergs will either go, oh, I can't stop trying to bust or I'm gonna lose the game, so they'll keep making too many Hydralisks, or they'll transition to drones before they get any damage done, so they'll just be behind. How do you know that line to ride, you know?
It's kind of a timing thing. So how 973 works is that you have some excess minerals that you use to create your 4th and 5th hatcheries. And typically you spam out hydras on your 3 hatcheries, do damage, and then once your 4th and 5th hatcheries are up, you hopefully have like a contain and kill their wall and kill some probes, all that. And at that point that you have 5 hatcheries, you can start spamming drones for the transition. So it's usually you just transition once you have the 5 hatchery production of drones, and also that you have Protoss contained. If the Protoss is out on the map, well, you probably already lost in 973, but you need to continue making hydras until you can get them back in their natural.
That makes sense. Obviously, you can't allow a counterattack, or you're just gonna get completely dominated.
Yeah, you're gonna get rolled.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, Hawk. I'm sure you're feeling well, but you played absolutely out of your mind that series. So congratulations, man.
Well, thank you, and it's a fun and great tournament, and hope you and all the viewers enjoyed the games. So hey, let me shout out my stream.
Yeah,
if you want to be a sick Zerg player who makes mutas and lings and then a ton of drones behind it, twitch.tv/HawkSC. I also have a YouTube, and I'm going to be revealing all of the Zerg secrets, which are so hard to find and I haven't found elsewhere. So just follow both of them.
I'm sure Maz can link that channel in the chat there. Any other shout outs, Hawk, that you want to make?
TT1. He was a good. He helped me practice. I was really happy about that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, TT1's a real bro. So
other than that, got to shout out Rogues Gallery. I mean, without them, it wouldn't be possible. So, and all the supporters. So thank you so much to everyone who supported, everyone who watches, and all of that. Anyway,
thank you so much for playing, dude. It was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, congrats again.
All right, thanks. Have a good one.
Yep, peace out, man. Cool. And that is going to be it for us tonight here at Rogues Gallery. I hope you guys enjoyed the semifinals at our Rogue City Rumble here, and I hope you guys are all super excited for the finals. It's going to be next week at the same time, 7 p.m. Friday. Check out the Match Arena link if you guys enjoyed the cast. Consider donating. Definitely check us out on Team Liquid or on our Discord if you want to give us any feedback, or if you just want to give us words of encouragement. We definitely appreciate that. But yeah, we hope to see you all guys next week. Have a great rest of your night, guys.